one would hope for the year. Quite a big agenda today, so we've got some indicative times for getting through items, which we don't normally do, but hopefully we can follow through and everyone will have a good understanding of what we need to get done by when. So welcome to staff and councillors, to members of the public who are in the chamber and also watching on the live stream. Thank you very much for joining us. We've got, refer to the agenda, we've got 2 public forums today. We've got, as part of our normal meeting, we've got a public forum next, and we've got several, 4 speakers at that, because we've got the district plan proposed adoption today. We've got a number of people who want to speak to that, and we've made a separate public forum for them so that they can speak before that item, and they will be able to stay and watch what happens with that particular agenda item. So we have a number of apologies, I think, or no, Councillor Blackler has joined us online, so welcome, Tim, and everyone else is here, so no apologies. Oh, Councillor Thompson, sorry, couldn't see that missing. So Councillor Thompson is an apology for the meeting. Unfortunately, he had a funeral that he had to go to, so he won't be here. So someone move, we accept that. It's Deputy Mayor Haley and Councillor Ryan, thank you. Those in favour, please say aye. Those against, that is carried, thank you. Any declarations of interest? There are none, thank you. So we'll go now to public forum, and as I said, we've got 4 speakers there. So first up, we've got Mike Sweeney, who wishes to talk about the water delivery choices. So good morning, Mike, welcome. And
there you go.
The floor is yours.
Good morning. I'd like to comment on water delivery choices. It appears there are 2 basic options: turning our assets over to a new regional agency or continuing local management. Please consider what a regional agency would mean for ratepayers like myself. Instead of paying for water and wastewater in our Waitaki rates bill, we would be billed for these services by a remote new agency, probably based in Dunedin or some distant location. The Morrison Lowe report in your agenda predicts higher bills under a regional agency, possibly much higher. We would have no real influence over the size of that water bill. Under the governance structure laid out by the consultant in your agenda, this council would have no representation on the operating board of the regional agency, and probably only a single member on the shareholder board, which has no role in actual management. The democratic rights of all Waitaki residents concerning our 3 waters wouldn't just diminish, they would vanish. It has been suggested that a regional agency could obtain efficiencies in administration, consultants, procurement, and financing. But such savings are entirely speculative, and the exact opposite is possible. A regional agency would create a whole new bureaucracy. It would be a law unto itself. Unlike the 2 existing models for regional water agencies, Auckland and Wellington, a regional agency here wouldn't have a common water infrastructure serving the entire region. Every district has completely different water and wastewater systems, hundreds of kilometers apart, requiring different machinery, management, and maintenance. Local knowledge and experience are essential. The level of service offered by our distant regional agency would be problematic. Last October, we had a major water main break near Observatory Village, which lost water supply. Despite the Labor Day holiday, our contractors and staff responded immediately, supplying bottled water and then an emergency water tanker, and repairing the break the same day, even though it involved major excavation. They earned appreciative feedback from residents. These contractors and council staff did well because their personnel are local, they know the system, and most importantly, they must answer to you, our elected representatives. What would the response to this emergency have been from a regional agency based perhaps in Dunedin? Would anyone answer the phone over a holiday? But what is most concerning to me is the priority for spending that the regional agency would pursue. The most needy districts would get the money. The Clutha district was fined $500,000 for wastewater plants that didn't work and stank. Then Clutha hired Christchurch's CityCare to run its waters. But CityCare found out it hadn't understood the magnitude of the challenge and quit after being fined $120,000. As a ratepayer, I am reluctant to have my rates dedicated to solving Clutha's challenges. And then there's Waimati, another candidate for a regional agency. Currently, 1,800 Waimati residents have no drinkable water at all because of nitrate contamination, which is going to require an unknown expenditure of millions of dollars to fix. As a ratepayer, I am reluctant to have my rates dedicated to solving Waimati's challenges. And so it goes for any partners in a regional agency. Compared to any of them, Waitaki is doing well and would have a weak claim for a regional agency's priorities. Regionalization appears to offer us nothing to gain and much to lose. There are other districts, when faced with the same choice, that have emphatically decided against regionalization. An example is the Nelson City Council. As reported in the press newspaper, quote, Nelson City Council will go it alone when it comes to managing its water, saying it will stop ratepayers having to pay to fix other councils' water woes. And Invercargill looks like it will make the same choice. The Invercargill mayor recently was quoted as saying that regionalization would cause, quote, those councils which had done well in investment in the past to subsidize those who had not. Waitaki has managed their own 3 waters for 160 years. I believe that Waitaki ratepayers have asked honestly about the choice will say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Any questions or comments, councillors? Okay, no, thank you very much. Right, next we've got Fliss, yeah, you're there. Fliss Butcher. So welcome to the chamber, Fliss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And the microphone's on and ready to go.
Microphone's on. Oh, hello, everybody. Now, I brought my support animal today. It's a little cow. Little cow. Her name is Cash. Cash cow. So I'm just looking at the agenda here today to ask you, please be brave. Say no to extra requests for funding that will put more costs on our rates. I know it's hard to say no to these groups. They're good groups, they do great stuff, but there's other places that they can go to get this money rather than just going, oh, we'll just go to council. They'll give it to us because we can look them in the eye. And if they don't, we won't vote for them again. So be brave. Think about little Cash cow and hope that instead of her saying boo to you, she'll say moo for saying no by increasing the rates burden. So that's really all I've got to say to you today. These 3 requests, please say no to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Fliss. Any questions for Fliss or Cash? Councillor Hopkins.
Well, it's just one thing in all seriousness.
Yeah.
Relative to other proposals in the LTP and other requests for similar or even greater quantities of money, how would you rank or rate the merit of the 3 applications that you're saying we should just say no to because they're late or because they've arrived after others have been included? How would, relatively speaking, how would you?
Well, I mean, obviously the one that I would, if I had to pick, which I wouldn't want to, I would go for helping the Kurau Health Hub somehow. But that doesn't have to be with cash. That can be with lots of letters of support and send them off to the health budget that we're all paying through our taxes anyway. That's one. And these other ones are, quite frankly, they've come from council anyway. They should not have been late. And I'm not even sure why they were allowed to come in and have these late requests. So that's what I'm saying. Be brave and get your moo, not your boo. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Right, and next we've got Lisa Howard Sullivan, so welcome, Lisa.
Hello.
Do you have a support animal? Okay.
I don't. I'd love to have one. Thank you. Good morning. I'm talking about the transformation. As you all know, 3.25 million had already been committed by Council in the long-term plan for change initiatives, when the fund totaling 5 million plus or minus 25% was approved for Mr. Palmley's transformation project to modernise council services, technology, processes and culture. The model presented indicated that all costs would be repaid through savings in human resources, software training and contractors. I think that was capital expenditure and so on. Unlike that of New Plymouth Council, this project does not appear to include additional savings. And I've had an OIA to say that. Their 1 year restructure also aimed at providing better outcomes for residents and ratepayers in service and costs. By reducing staffing levels, it was expected to deliver cost saving of $10 million. They were able to reduce the average rate rise from 17% to 11.5%. And they also committed to $100 million in saving over the next 10 years, while this council's debt is projected to rise $457 million over the same period. Mr. Palmley has undertaken this project committing to engaging with community on key things that affect the life in our district, having really good discussions about where we need to go with these and what our priorities are and how we're going to work with community on that. We're halfway through that project now, and there has been much dissatisfaction expressed by the public, mostly as a result of failing to engage adequately, if at all, with the community. For example, Beach Road. No one from council appeared to consult with the public or the landowners regarding a prolonged closure. It's been indicated that prior to the project commencing, councillors weren't advised that funding wouldn't be considered to reinstate the road, and said they hoped they'd have enough money. I hope to win lotto, but I don't go around building things on hope. The Waitaki story, which appears to be unbudgeted using leftover tourism funds, council toured a roadshow displaying new branding and asking for input. When given, members of the community were ignored or accused of having preconceived ideas and mocked by this communication team on social media when copyright issues were highlighted. The changes to the library, that anger and outrage continues. All of the above have resulted in an outpouring of anger at the lack of planning, consultation, and a waste or misdirection of funds. Another example, in my opinion, is the $95,000 wasted on that W rebranding, along with $12,000 out of the Better Off funding spent on 5 mowers leading onto the towpath under Thames Bridge. That money should have been utilised for tourism. When asked, members of the council staff don't even know how many people use that walkway. $12,000. Mr. Palmley has been asked on numerous occasions from the public to explain expenditure and how this project will work. It appears you've been evasive, so much so that many, including myself, are seeking information via official information requests. That's going to put another strain on council staff. He confirmed that council is under-resourced and is stretching council's ability to meet statutory governance functions and provide council meeting and agenda and minutes on time. It's also been reported that this project has put council under pressure and has failed to provide an operational budget for the year ahead on time, and also failed to get the clear from the audit to release its 2025-34 long-term plan for public consultation.
woe betide us if we don't get public consultation done clearly. Mr. Palmer, you stated that the introduction of the next stage will result in further disruption. You've stated that you need to prioritise and focus better. It kind of sounds like a bit of failure. If your critics do not know you, how much you do and how you deliver with such a small resource, I think it's time you told us, because we're not happy. And I do think you owe an apology to some of the council members that have been put under the stress. And we've seen that in recent letters in the paper. They don't deserve it. I don't think any of the staff deserve it either. And I think they're very stressed.
Thank you, Lisa. Mr. Palmer, do you want to respond in a moment?
There's so many things to respond to in there. I think given the pressure of the agenda, I'm not sure whether you want me to respond to the things that are conflated there and mixed up. I mean, you know, New Plymouth's 10 million savings on, you know, what is a massive budget compared to what we have here. Yeah, so yes, the changes in the library that we haven't actually made yet. So we have been communicating about the changes that we're proposing to make in the library. I honestly, I don't know where to start with.
Okay.
It feels like a very personal attack on what this council's decided to do.
Okay. Yeah, I think it, you know, yeah. If anything, if you want to give a response and a more direct response at some stage, you're welcome to do that. But yeah, there are a lot of things in there, Lisa.
A lot of things in there.
So yeah, and I think in all fairness to see, it's difficult to respond to all of them and give it proper justice at the moment. So we'll perhaps get in touch with how we might respond to that.
Yeah, I would just add, you know, read my CE's report in terms of what's been achieved over this year. I think in terms of transformation, we always knew it was going to be a disruptive process. We were committed to, you know, take forward the transformation internally using our staff. That was always going to, you know, have a stretch. We had a lot of discussions with, you know, governance around, you know, the potential for disruption as a result of that. You don't make the fundamental change that we're making to the way we operate without some disruption. Well, but we're actively working to minimise that. In terms of the, you know, under-resource in some areas, well, yeah, that is a matter of not being able to recruit to some positions at the moment. Whilst the recruitment market has improved, there are some areas where we still find it difficult to find the skills that we need to fulfil the roles that we have within the organisation.
Sorry.
Councillor Hopkins.
Lisa, apologies if this seems blunt, but I wonder if you would realise or accept that whereas transformation may have been proposed by the chief executive, it was agreed by us. In other words, the buck stops with the people around this table, not with the chief executive. And the consequence of decisions and criticisms, if there are any, should be made to us, not to one particular person who's our employee, who is now carrying out a process that we endorsed and have continued to support. As for things like Beach Road, the statement that we hoped the money would be available, are you aware that in fact we had a budget to remove the rubbish, and initially it looked as though there might be enough left over in that budget to reinstate the road should that be desired or preferred by the community, from that fund rather than from additional funds. So the reference to hoping doesn't indicate that we didn't know where the money was coming from, simply that we actually, subsequent to an initial decision, had identified an alternative source. Are either of those things, are you aware or willing to accept either of those things?
The information that most of us are getting is coming out through the newspapers and online. And this is what's being reported. If it's incorrect, if it's not right, then it's about communicating with us. We can only read, what we're reading is what we understand. If it's wrong, and most of this information I've got out of what's been reported. Now, I have worked for 2 government departments. I've worked for Fonterra. I've worked for insurance companies. I've been through many restructuring transformations. I know The ones that I have been through have been big, they have been disruptive, they have not been 4 years long. They do not have this kind of stress that this public are undertaking because of the stress of the payments of rates. Money that came out of that Better Off funding could have been put to much better use than $12,000 spent on 5 mowers. I think we have to look at where our priorities really are. You could have used that $12,000 far better, far better. They could have been put towards the cost of hiring people, not 5 mowers. You know, use it wisely. That's what we're asking. I know you didn't. I know they had nothing to do with.
I'd like to ask another question. Are you aware, or had you realised, did you see in the newspapers, did you follow up with a phone call to any councillor whose numbers actually appear on the website to establish the fact that the regeneration, revitalisation and enhancement of the trail underneath the bridge and around the creek is a community project identified by your neighbours and friends and supported because they said they wanted it and because they believed it would be of benefit to this community?
I'm actually aware that it was a community idea because I did ask council. They told me it had nothing to do with council, that it was a community idea and it was funded off the Better Off funding. And I think that money could have been better off spent.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to that, I mean, there's always many things we could spend money on, and there's always the ability to see more value in other things depending on the person's perspective. So, yeah, I think may have to agree to disagree on this particular one, Lisa. And you know, yeah, I can think of a dozen things I could spend that $12,000 on as well, and you know that I would prefer. But that's not taking away from what the value adding attempt is being made with that particular project. So anyway, we'll see how that goes as far as does it actually attract more people to take that extra bit of walk.
Can I suggest you fix the footpath? It's rotten. The boards are rotten. Thank you.
Which footpath? Okay, we'll check that out. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for coming in. And last speaker for this public forum is Ray Henderson. Morning, Ray.
Morning, everybody. I haven't got my support animal with me because she's 18 years old and profoundly deaf, so it wouldn't be much point her being here. Yeah. Right. Where will I start? Development contributions. The little bit of history we have is that council is giving $10 million with our behest to the sports stadium. Event centre. And that's going to be on our rates bill. Council has declared that they'll do their utmost to find the extra $5 million, which has also been promised, from other sources. One of those sources was identified as possibly economic development contributions. So what are economic development contributions for? Are they just a money bucket that can be just dipped into and used like a lolly scramble, or is there actual specific purpose? Now, I noticed that on the current renewal of policy or changing the policy, there was a lot of talk about remissions for certain projects. Social housing, it probably seems a good idea to give them a bit of a rebate. Anything that involves care beds for people in the district, and almost any development on Maori land. Now, I'm looking at if the council is serious about using some of the development contributions kitty for the stadium, then we're spreading the money a bit thinly for a start, and now we're looking at decreasing it as well. So obviously it's not going to be a very good source of money if we're going to do that. So I go back to, again, what is development contributions for? Are some projects going to miss out because of all these remissions? So we have to examine that and say, for instance, we could say we're attracting a family to the Waitaki District because we've got a sports stadium, event centre, and they come to here. They then go and live in a new development that's being developed, and lo and behold, they find there's no playground or park, etc., because there's nothing in the development contributions budget to do that in a large development area. So it seems like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. So we've got to seriously look at economic development contributions and financial contributions. What are they for? Can we afford to diminish them so drastically? That's that topic. Now I'll move on to water, our water services. Regionalisation is one thing, but I see it's low in the priority as far as the council concerned. They've got two options: doing it in-house, doing it with a CCO, and also to look at possible regionalisation, combining with other councils. So that in itself is not a big thing. Splitting it out into a separate CCO is a big thing. Now, we've already gone through the exercise of the council talked to the community and said, do you want us to make the penguin colony a separate CCO? Do you want us to look at partnership with some outside agency or maybe even selling it off? That's what happens with a CCO. It could, I know selling off wasn't particularly there, but partnership anyway. Now, I worry about if the water becomes a CCO, it then becomes a commodity that can be easily moved on to a partner, an outside partner, etc. I'm concerned about the fact that if all councils are encouraged to split out their water services from their day-to-day operations and they become CCOs, then nationwide would have a link that then could become one national water organisation, which then becomes like a state-owned asset up for sale. And I worry about our water being nationalised and then possibly being on-sold. That possibility is there. If every council has their water in a separate organisation and that organisation becomes nationalised. So that is a concern for me. In the past, when I've talked about council spending, erratic, irrational, possibly whatever, I've also given the council some slack in saying that it's forced on them by some of these central government decisions. I've encouraged council as much as possible to push back. Don't let central government tell you what to do. I now see, in the latest bit of news, there is something there that I wouldn't want the council to push back on, and that is the report card you're going to get prior to the elections. I would like you to be proactive and go and try and get some A's and B's on your report card and not be reactive to the D's and E's that you might get, and probably almost certainly will. And try and make excuses for why they're there. So I'd be interested to see what the central government come up with a report card. It's like they're taking over the job of the taxpayers union. But anyway, we'll leave that there. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. And just to quickly respond as quickly as I can, report cards, I think we'd welcome. We're already do our resident surveys so that we get some form of reporting and scoring on those things. And we've taken part in Council Mark, which was a local government New Zealand initiative to actually, look in depth at how councils are organised and operating. So those, excuse me. Well, so those are things that we have welcomed and done in the past. And if a report card system is developed that's cost effective and as accurate as possible, then that's great. So I look forward to seeing some detail in that, along with a lot of other detail that hasn't been given by the Minister on some of his proposed changes. So we'll see where we go with that. Excuse me. Development contributions are used for growth aspects of our different infrastructure. It wouldn't make sense to do it for an event centre because, not for some time at least, because people will be paying that from when it's when the loan part of that, the rate funded loan part starts getting paid, everyone will be paying, and any new developments in the next 5 years would probably be paying their fair share over time anyway. So, excuse me, there's more to say. That's a bit of background on that.
Could I just respond to that? Sorry, you misunderstood. I'm not talking about the development contributions coming from the actual building of the stadium, because we've already talked about that the depreciation won't be there because it's a new building, all that sort of thing. I'm talking about the economic development contributions and financial contributions fund that's built up could be used as a part source of the extra 5 million to the stadium. It's nothing to do with economic development contributions generated by the stadium.
Okay. As far as that goes, Yes, the RMA Reserves Fund, which is created through subdivisions, it will be used, I'm sure. It will be a key part of the $5 million, and it's like we keep getting told, we need to prioritise, and so there may be a bit less development happening, or maybe slightly longer before we replace equipment around the district while we grow that fund back up again. So it depends. I mean, if there's if we get back to high levels of subdivision, then we will likely see more inflow into that fund. And that's comes down a wee bit to the decision on the district plan today, where if we progress that's to open up more land for subdivision and open up more opportunities. So yeah, these things are tied together. So we'll see how it goes, but I do expect there will be an impact on some of those things that you did talk about. It's not that they won't happen, it's just that it might not happen as at the same scale that they would have happened in the past. And it's still important that we do deliver those services to the community.
And regarding my surmising of the CCO situation, if we have if it happens nationwide?
Well, I mean, the last government was going to take the assets of us and put it into something anyway, different entities. The current government is not quite saying that, but they are very much giving indications that if you don't take their preferred option, then life's going to be harder for you. So there are some of those aspects. I think it depends on what the legislation is, but legislation can always be changed by a future government. There are no 100% guarantees, but it would be a very foolhardy government that ever allowed any sale of monopoly like the delivery of water services in every district.
So just to add to that, the legislation prevents the sale of water services entities, and is very much designed to ensure that they remain in the ownership of council, whether of councils, whether they be at a local level or a regionalised level, that still a council ownership structure.
Okay, thanks, Ray. Appreciate you coming in as always. Okay, councillors, we'll go to next item, which is 4.1, which is my report. As noted in there, my contributions are relatively short, and I was going to be just talking a little bit more about some of the presentations we had at the local government conference, but Councillor Ryan has filled that space quite well for me, so I really appreciate her contribution there. And we've also got the end of year speeches by the two chairs of the chair and deputy chair of the youth council. So just note that they are in there. As far as the comments I've made, just been an effort just to let people know where things are at and what next steps are around the long-term plan. Looking at the future of water delivery and some of my thoughts on that, which we will obviously be talking about today. And noting the sad end of 45 South TV, something which was very popular, but basically has been a victim of technology more than anything else, I believe. So that's that one. Mentioned in there couple of the openings been a party to in recent times. There've been a lot of great initiatives that I've attended the openings or ribbon cuttings or whatever parts of, but just celebrating that most of them are very much community initiatives. Quite a few where council has been supportive and contributed in different ways. One would say possibly delivering on the well-beings, which we are going to be taken off us very soon. So we'll see what that all means. Happy to take any questions or feedback. Councillor Hopkins.
Mayor Kessler, I have one question for you and one for Councillor Ryan. I share your view just briefly, having sort of been involved with the launch of 45 South, actually in George Jones Park, right down there on the corner, and also the took part in one of the other public events they did on New Year's Eve that we televised one year. Very sad to see them finish. Look, in the fond hope that perhaps some additional information reaches mainstream or social media to perhaps enhance the understanding of people in the community, noting we've heard a criticism of potentially a regional agency running water. In your report on page 8, you say, from your perspective, getting a multi-council company set up as soon as possible makes sense. We get efficiencies of scale, of procurement, of standardisation of infrastructure, and through being able to employ all the skills required in one team. So is this what is mooted by a regional agency, or does the phrase regional agency misunderstand what the options in front of us in terms of working with other councils actually is?
Well, to my mind, that's what the government is definitely prodding councils towards. And yeah, it's a bit like cash cow before getting out the electric prod, pushing us towards that particular outcome. And there are some councils that feel they're quite capable of going alone, but many of them will be setting up CCOs to still operate that service. So that's, to my understanding, a regional agency will be a joint council CCO.
And how might I noticed was Mr. Sweeney suggested that funding for water would continue to be through rates. Were such a joint venture or agency company CCO established, would rating be the funding source, or would there be likely some other means by which water would be charged and paid for?
Under the former government and this government, essentially the entities would be responsible for billing. It may be that some councils do that for a period of time, but it really depends on the nature of that. And they'll need to be set up, I imagine, to do their own billing and sooner rather than later. That will become particularly pertinent if things like water meters are introduced as expected. And, you know, that can be a real election losing topic, but in reality, smart meters allow people to save water and spend less on water. And that would be best certainly done by whoever is delivering that water supply and monitoring those meters. And local residents can monitor their own meter if the right software is there and see what they're using and cut back. And those who don't use much water will pay less than those who use a lot of water. Councillor Ryan, did you want to add anything to your report? I'd sort of asked you that before. No, all good?
I did have a question for Councillor Ryan, if I'm allowed.
You go for that.
Lovely jumper, by the way. Very, very positive and enthusiastic. Rebecca, on page 14 of your report, I was a wee bit disturbed, sad to see you say change is good, but what does real change look like to those accustomed to privilege? Equality feels like oppression. It's not just about having young voices around the table, it's about ensuring that those voices are valued and heard. And I guess I just want to ask you, given that a number of us have supported you on a number of occasions when you propose things, do you feel you have, at least from time to time, been valued and heard around this table?
I do, yes. This was just a summary of Alex and Rohan's presentation to us in Wellington, and summarising how a lot of other young elected members feel around the table. And it's certainly not been my experience here in Waitaki.
Thank you. Can I say how nice the jumper was?
Can we get that on our report card? Deputy Mayor Halilele.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to touch on Councillor Ryan's report as well. I really appreciate you sharing some of your experiences and also acknowledging that it has been one of your highlights as well. So I really appreciate all the energy and the I guess the new and fresh ideas that you can bring, because I really think that when we do step outside of our comfort zone and the small town mentality and the thinking, you know, like, and we look at what other areas are doing and bring those ideas back and look at how we can implement them at a local level, that's where the real change happens. So I would just encourage, you know, like those of us around the table, when you have the opportunity to innovate, and those of us that are community entrepreneurs, don't be afraid to try new things, especially in the context of the challenges that we had fired at us in the public forum this morning. There's always that hope and inspiration. So thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you. If nothing else, does someone like to move and receive my report? Thank you, Councillor Linwood, and second, Councillor Holding. Thank you. Right, those in favour, please say aye. Those against, that's carried. Item 4.2, the Chief Executive's report. Mr. Parnley.
Thank you. And it's a shame that some of our public speakers have had to leave because I've taken, well, I'll take the report as read, but, you know, unusually for me, I've, rather than just providing an update on the KPIs, I've also taken the opportunity in this report to reflect upon the year just gone. And this is because we, like all councils, have got a lot to do in meeting, what is a very challenging environment, very financially constrained environment, with a lot of demand on us to do more and to, deliver to better standards from the government, but also demands from our community as well to do more, whilst also keeping costs down. And on top of this, we have set ourselves the challenge of changing radically how we operate and deliver as a council. And the we is, the governance team and the staff team working together, recognising that, we and the rest of local governments need to change if we're going to meet our district and communities' needs in the way that is affordable. So we've taken the brave decision, recognising that that process will be disruptive and that change is hard. But, in terms of what we've achieved during the year, we've started implementing that change. We haven't been doing change for 4 years. I haven't even been here 4 years. We've only started implementing that change in the past few months. And yet it was after considerable discussion and debate, but we are making that change. And whilst it is difficult, I think we're already starting to see some of the benefits of that change, but there is much more to come in the coming year. And whilst doing this, we've also delivered significant projects and benefits to our community. So things that stand out, big projects for a small organisation. So, the start of the event centre construction, the projects Reclaim, as well as all the other initiatives that we're taking forward, tens of projects improving our economic, environmental, community and cultural wellbeing of our districts. Which are things that are important to our community, and they tell us are important, whilst doing all the BAU stuff as well, the day-to-day service delivery. And we've had significant unplanned work, so that the transfer of Oamaru Hospital and Health Services was a big undertaking, which was unplanned for, a significant amount of work. And not to mention also, we've got it on the agenda today, that the district plan work was not something we'd planned for this year. Originally, that was planned to be notified last year, but because of the reaction of the community, council took the time and invested a lot of time and effort into work to try and take on board community's concerns. So I think it's a credit to the whole team, governance and staff team, what has been achieved over the year, not shying away from what more needs to be done. We're a small organisation, and I don't believe many organisations of our size would take on half the work programme that we've taken on this year. But yes, we do want to do things better, more effectively and more efficiently, and that is why we are transforming. We are doing that while still delivering for our community. So I just wanted to take the opportunity at the end of this year, through my report, to say thank you to everyone that's working for the council, our partners, our contractors, those around the governance table, and our staff as well, who are a credit to our community and show what can be really achieved by working together as a united team to deliver focused on our communities. It will be a challenging year ahead of us with the long-term plan, the delivery of transformation and all the other projects and programmes that we have, but we need to remain focused and prioritise well and continue to work as a team to deliver in these ever-changing times. Happy to answer any questions on my report.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, look, I've got a couple of questions if I can ask them. First of all, I congratulate you on summarising on pages 26 and 27 the 18 sort of areas of positive achievement over the year. And perhaps the newspapers that some people appear to rely on for their information and other platforms might actually convey some of that information and at least provide a counterbalance. Two questions. The first is related to what you say on page 29, and this does relate to transformation and perhaps to the issue of whether the community is aware of it. You're talking about the two final stages to be concluded in March 2025. One of these being the implementation of a customer service model and a locality model. Can you actually, just for everyone's benefit, amplify a little bit, what do these things mean and how do you see them affecting change?
So, what we're talking about there is, there's been a lot of talk about our restructure. We're doing a transformation which involves a new team structure to deliver in a different way. So next year we will stand up the final teams in this, and we're in a very messy period at the moment where we've got some new teams operating and we've got some teams operating in the old way. But the customer service area is key to what we're trying to achieve here in terms of improving how we deliver for the community. And it's not just about standing up new teams, it's very much focused on new ways of working, new ways of delivering. Some of that is about giving more options and choice to customers in terms of how they engage with us. At the moment, there's a lot of things that we do where you have to phone someone or you have to come in and see someone, you have to fill in a form manually. We won't stop people coming in to see us or phoning us. That'll still be an option, but they'll be able to also serve themselves online as well as part of that. For those things that are more complex, what we are proposing is a case management approach. So those things that generally involve applications, we will assign a case officer to look after those applications. And often, we're like most councils, when people are applying for things, they are focused on the outcome they want to, open a new business or complete a subdivision. And the way councils are traditionally structured, they deal with them in little bits. So you go to this department for one thing and that department for another. We're trying to eliminate that to get a much more customer-focused approach that says, no, that's our job to join up how the council works for you. And the case officer will be focused on the outcome you want, the opening of your business, which we want to see you be successful with as well. Now, the locality approach is about us being much more in touch with and focus on the different needs of our communities. And so some of this involves new roles, such as locality officers who will be there to connect with local communities and deal with issues at a local level. But it also involves a different way of planning what we do and delivering what we do. So whilst staff will be in functional teams, they will also form part of locality teams that are looking at the different needs of different parts of our district so that we can tailor our programs. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach to the district anymore. We're focused on the different needs. And then we want that to be able to be reflected in how we report to you and to our community so that you can see how we're delivering on the overall outcomes you want for the district, but also how that plays out at a local level, at a ward level. You're able to see what that means for Waihemo and Hariri and Corriedale. So quite a fundamental change in the way we work, and not something that is happening in other councils at the moment. It's something that's really focused on the drivers of change that this council agreed, which is about becoming more customer focused and being able to be better integrated with our community and in touch with different needs of different parts of what is a very big district.
My second question, just very quickly, on page 37, you talk about audits failure to deliver or to complete their responsibilities by the 13th of December. They were going to have our consultation document audited by that date, and they can't and won't and haven't. And they're now saying they might have it done by the 31st of January 2025. Two things. Are we prepared to write to David Seymour, Minister of Regulation, and suggest that one of the pieces of red tape that should be removed is this crippling and ridiculous interfering by audit in consultation documents and other parts of local government processes as a separate council, as well as joining anything from Local Government New Zealand? And secondly, you say that because audits boo-boo, our consultation may have to shrink from 6 weeks to 4. But have you looked at the possibility of actually adjusting the back end, the hearings dates and so on, scheduled, I think, currently in April, May? Have you looked at moving those back so that we could allow for the original anticipated 6 or 5 weeks consultation, even if it has to start later?
So on your first question there, I think it's for council to decide if it wants to write to Minister Seymour. I think audit it plays an essential role really in giving assurance to our community and to you as a council around certain things, but I'd be focused on where the value is added in that and where maybe there isn't value added. There's clearly a lot of cost to this council and therefore to our community of having audit, and I'd suggest that audit should continue, but it's about the focus of that audit and where it gives you the assurance and the community the assurance. I personally, as a relative newcomer to the New Zealand local government system, have been mystified as to why we have auditors crawling over a consultation document, but that's what the legislation and the Auditor General prescribes at the moment. In terms of the second question, we obviously have got the LTP on the agenda for today, and I'm not sure whether it's better discussed under that item. I suggest that there's probably a distinction between consultation and engagement. So we are required to do a 4-week statutory consultation under the legislation, but there's nothing to stop us doing engagement before then, after then. I think one of the challenges I look at is how do we make sure that this LTP and process is your process as a council that you're happy with whilst meeting the legislative requirements. The LTP is your plan, not the auditor's plan, for the next 9 years in this particular case, and how you engage with the community should be your choice, not the auditor's choice. But we do need to make sure we comply with legislation in terms of that 4-week consultation, but it doesn't preclude us from doing other things around that timetable.
I'll just say on the issue around audit of the consultation document, I think given the government's lack of a consultation document, let alone an audit of it for their budgets, makes it fairly reprehensible that they put such onus on us carrying out and our ratepayers spending it for the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we have to pay for audit services for those things that aren't financial. So I think I would safely say I think we'll all be quite keen to make sure that we do write that letter.
Will we entertain a resolution?
We'll add it, if you add it to the long-term plan when we get to there. I think we've certainly let the Minister for local government know that this is a major cost, a major issue, major delay. And if he wants to cut red tape, start with some of these things that actually are adding no value to our community. Councillor Linwood.
Thank you. Mr. Palmley, in your report, you wrote about one of our challenges going forward is to ensure that our community have a better understanding about what we do for them with their rates and other resources. How are we working to improve the community understanding of council services and value?
Yeah, so that is one of the focus points of our transformation program. So our communications and engagement people have been subject to change as well, and stood up a new team which draws the communication resources and engagement resources from across the council together to work in a much more focused way so that we can better engage with and consult with our community. I think, we've already started that process, but it's been an ambition for a while around this council table and for myself to have a clear communications and engagement strategy, and that work is ongoing at the moment. It's been a frustration to many of us that we haven't been able to do that, but we need to recognise that staff have been going through a lot of change. But the transformation and the development of a team that pulls together those resources from across the council will enable us to make sure we focus on those resources on getting the council message across more clearly to our community about what we're doing. and then being able to hold more regular and consistent engagement on a range of matters across what we do, so that we can hear the community voice better. I've voiced before, one of my concerns is that we hear a lot from what is generally the same section of our community, and our challenge, I think, through that team working with yourselves is actually to lift the voice of those parts of our community that we don't hear from often enough, and that means engaging in different ways to how we've traditionally engaged. And we've been thinking about that in terms of the long-term plan engagement, but we need to keep working on that. And I think the governance team's role in that is essential to make sure that we do follow through on the improvements we plan within that area.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, would someone like to move we receive the information? Councillor Linwood, Deputy Mayor Halaleli, thank you. Just before I put it, just speaking to it, yeah, very good to have a look back at what's been happening, and there are definitely a lot of things, a lot of successes along the way, and it's good to reflect on those things. All too often, there are individual projects or aspects of what we do that get a lot of grief, and sometimes in disproportionate size to the actual issue itself. But the focus on those things draws away from a lot of the negative, a lot of the positive things that we're actually doing, and to have an organisation that delivers 30 or 40 distinctly different services, and to have just a relatively few things that hit the headlines, I think it puts in proportion the need to celebrate some of those things. So thank you very much for your report, Mr. Palmley. Appreciate that, and the review that you've given the year, and we look forward to another productive 2025. So with that, I'll put it. Those in favour, please say aye. Those against, that's carried. Thank you. Right, moving on to the adoption of item 5.1, the adoption of the draft 2025 policy on development contributions and financial contributions for consultation. And welcome Mandy McIntosh, author of this report. Do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Kircher. So this is just the review of the development contributions policy, which is required to be reviewed every 3 years. With the change to legislation that allowed the extension on the long-term plan this year to be reviewed from 25 to 34, that also gave the extension at the same time to the development contributions policy. So when we adopted to move the long-term plan to 25-34, at that same time we extended the DC policy to be reviewed in 2025. So it remains live until we adopt our new long-term plan. So the changes that we've recommended there are ones that you've all seen before and we've discussed. They're fairly minor changes as a whole, but just gives some more context to what we are doing in our community, really, the interest in the social housing and other particular aspects like that. The one thing that I would like to mention, though, is we've put at item 3, adopt with any amendment agreed at this meeting, the statement of proposal. I would like to point out that we are planning to consult the DC policy at the same time as we plan on consulting the long-term plan. And as Councillor Hopkins mentioned earlier, there is some uncertainty around that date of completion by audit. So the dates that we currently have in the statement of proposal to consult from the 4th of February to the 4th of March, which is required to do a 4-week legislation under the special consultative procedure for the DC policy, may need to move depending on when audit complete that work and allow us to progress that consultation. So that's really all I have to say, unless Mr. Hope has anything else to add or if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. Right, councillors, any questions? Councillor Holding?
Thanks, Mandy. Just in regards to the remissions, the small remission ones in there, would it be safe to say that they don't really contribute much to the fund currently anyway?
That's correct. I mean, within each of the statements that we've got there for the remissions, there's not a lot of development happening in those areas right now. And this is a way to actually, with regard to social housing, we actually want to support that activity. So there isn't any activity in that area Likewise, on the Māori land, we have very few parcels of Māori land, but it is a way to encourage that activity for our community growth, and that's really why we're looking at doing those remissions.
Councillor Blackler and then Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mayor Kuchar. I'm just going to leave my video off because the bandwidth is probably not up to it. Yeah, I'm just a quick comment. Mandy, I just wondered if we're missing Mahino from the from some of the summary tables in and around the Waimaru water supply. Apologies if I've missed it, but somewhere, but I felt like it is missing within the document. But some questions overall. I was just wondering how can we be sure that DCs capture the true cost of growth, and what checks and balances do we have to monitoring the effectiveness of this policy, and then just to some further detail in and around the workings of that on page 67. Would someone please be able to describe the graph on page 67 and what this is telling us, and I suppose its interrelationship between page 87 around the model elements and growth related capex, and I was just wondering how we distribute the cost of growth that extends beyond the 10-year period, and my assumption is that's debt related, but I just wanted to confirm that.
Thank you, Councillor Black. I'll check on that Mahino thing. I believe it's in the Oamaru water supply, but I will check on that and reconfirm after this meeting. I believe it's part of that Oamaru water supply though, so I will just confirm that post this meeting. Regarding the next part of the question, I've forgotten already, Councillor Black. There was quite a lot involved in that. Can you please repeat what your second part was?
I just wanted, how can we be sure that DCs capture the true cost of growth, and what checks and balances do we have to monitor the effectiveness of it, and I guess when we do adopt the approach with the methodology that's set out in the appendices to the policy, is that based on a national standard, or how do we come to land on that methodology?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I suppose, put it in context, there's been a reasonable amount of litigation and court decisions in relation to development contributions. So it is a very prescribed process to fit within the decisions that have come from the court in determining how the DC policy and DC cost can be established, and the methodology that fits within those. So I suppose in answer to your first question about how do we know that it fully captures the true cost of growth, there is no certainty around that. It is a prescribed process, so we do the best we can within the limits that have been set. The figure 2, long average cost of growth, I think all that's trying to illustrate is that we can only look at a 10-year period in terms of the development contribution policy. We've moved the infrastructure policy out for 30 years, which came after the development of the DC legislation. So I think it is recognised, it is complete. The view is a bit limited, and that really goes back to the earlier question about does it capture the true cost? No, but it's the tools we've got and the tools we're allowed to use. And so it's perhaps not a completely satisfactory answer, but it is very prescribed, and that's what the policy reflects.
Thanks, Mr. Hope. And just the last part of the question around, I was just keen to understand fully how that 10-year like obviously the life of projects go beyond the 10-year period. So how do we treat that when we're applying like growth related calculations within the 10-year period that extend beyond that life? Is that through the debt mechanism where the debt servicing is just applied as part of the calculations?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, it is a mismatch at the moment. So we can only look at the 10 years when we're developing the policy. So it doesn't fully capture the true cost of growth. There are limitations that we just have to work within.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief. Page 46. I'm wondering, Mandy, I don't understand the relationship between the third and fourth paragraphs and the first one about purpose. Why we suddenly plunge into in February 2024, the new government introduced the water services. The paragraph 3 does not link back to paragraph 2. I respectfully wonder if you think a rewrite might be warranted there. Picking up on the point about case law and so on the next page, I know I've raised this point before, but the key legal decision with development contributions was the North Shore case, where the ruling was that DCs are to pay for the accelerated rate of consumption of infrastructure. And I'm just wondering if that second paragraph under the overview, the wording shouldn't be the most appropriate funding tools to fund the additional costs they incur to provide for their share of this growth. Couple of other questions. You talk about an enhanced definition of development contributions, but the only one that I can see on page 69 is pretty scant. Is that the accelerated definition? You also talk about a reassessment of self-contained, but in the definitions, there is no definition of self-contained. And again, I wonder if there should be. And just finally, on page 100, we've got a graph that talks about residential lifestyle. I thought we'd actually eliminated that and just had created a residential category, and that residential lifestyle had, as a result of some policy review some years ago, been removed from the policy altogether.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Responding to your first question regarding the relevance of paragraphs starting in February 24 and section 49(1)(e) on page 46 relating to the purpose that's stated in bold. It states in that first paragraph that this policy is required to be reviewed every 3 years, and therefore that, which would mean we'd be due to review that policy in 2024. We're reviewing this policy in 2025. So that's the relevance of explaining why we are not reviewing it at the appropriate timeline that was required of this policy. So hopefully that gives you answer to that. Regarding changes recommended to 47, I'm willing to take some feedback on that if people feel that that doesn't, but our policy does state in the policy that we believe that council believes that development of financial contributions are the most appropriate funding tools to fund the additional costs they incur to provide for growth. And basically that those that are contributing to growth should be paying for that growth. So that's the justification there, rather than every ratepayer pay for other people's survival of growth. Regarding page 59, 69, sorry.
Development contributions. You say it's enhanced, but it just basically references sections of the Act. Is that the totality of the change in the definition?
That's correct.
Okay.
It is just aligning that better with the actual legislation. So that is exactly what that is. And then regarding the definition of self-contained, it's on the bottom of page 19 of the policy, on page 70 of our agenda. self-contained is under family flat. So if you feel it's a bit more appropriate, we could put a separate definition. So it's actually underneath accommodation and then family flat, because that self-contained sits within that. So we could actually make that a definition unto itself within that definition section of self-contained as well, to have that as a reference point if that's clearer.
I think it would be helpful, since you've said earlier on that you've reviewed or revisited the meaning of self-contained. I think it would be, I mean, people may well look for it. May I just one final question, if I may? Mandy, Ms. McIntosh, is it your view that development contributions are intended to pay for 100% of growth? Or if you have officers who advise us over time that they always build surplus capacity into new developments, so if a pipe's going in, they'll put a bigger one in because they know there's going to be some increased use. If that is the case, surely the issue with DCs is people paying their share, not totality. Would you accept that's the legal position that we must adopt?
Correct, and I believe Mr. Hope just said that we're not ever going to recover full costs of growth. It's just a contribution to growth from each of those people who are contributing to that change of impact on our infrastructure. They'll never be covering. And when, as you just mentioned, Councillor Hopkins, when we are putting in a subdivision, and it may be for that specific subdivision development, council may then pay that increased amount to enable a greater use on that infrastructure in future years. Like it may be a 50 mil pipe versus 100 mil pipe, and we'll go the larger, and that's at council cost to do that rather than a developer cost. So but they're not, we don't know what that growth is going to be. So it's a contribution to it that is fair on a modelling that we've adopted.
Thank you. Just a quick question from me on page 61. It talks about interest on deferred payments, payment agreements to be charged, blah, 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 at the time of receiving the request for deferral. My concern is some people will be proactive and apply for it early as part of the process for their development. Some will do it as a last minute thing because suddenly they've got to pay the bill and they want to spread it over a longer period. I'm just wondering whether that's fair to charge it in that way, and whether there could be some better way of doing that.
Can you please clarify which paragraph you're referring to?
All right, so on page 61 of the agenda, the last, on the second column, the red paragraph.
I mean, there may be a different way we can do it, but if we are only receiving that request for deferral at a point in time, some may ask for them early, some may ask for them late. The time that they ask for that deferral, we may not have that point of interest, as far as that we can't actually progress at that stage. We don't know the values of the land and the parcels and everything. So there is a certain time where we can have sufficient information to actually present that to council. We're only going to be estimating at that time if we go too soon. Is there a fairer way? Possibly. Willing to consider any fairer way, but we have to put a stick in the sand at some point to give an indication clearly on what that should be for that period of that loan. Maybe Amanda might have something to comment.
Yeah, I was just going to note, like, this option is instead of them making the payment, so like they're not in the position to make the big payment, they're going to request a deferral. So then the interest portion on that is going to be significantly lower than what they're due to pay anyway.
Yeah, I guess if they do it early in the process, because it's particularly development contributions, which is the usual one, you know, we'll know how much it is, and they can ask for a deferral as part of the process. But you know, for a lot of developers, it'll be the making that payment would be the last thing they do before they apply for 224C certificates and so forth. So yeah, it's just trying not to be a disincentive by, you know, having people actually be proactive. is better for us, because otherwise it gets to the end of the process and then they're in a rush to get it done, or we are put under more pressure to get it done, perhaps.
I guess it wouldn't work practically to have it, make it at the date of receiving the request. Like practically that probably doesn't work either. Anyway, like, you know, someone will email and ask for a request and then we have to issue an invoice on that day. So maybe we could change it to like at the time that the actual development contribution would have been due.
Yeah.
So therefore we're no worse off.
We could potentially do it at the time of the decision by the subcommittee, or the council, depending on who needs to approve that. But that still isn't generally a long period from when that request has been made. If it goes to council, it's a different time. But advising them the decision from the subcommittee or council is generally when we have to advise that client what the cost of that is likely to be in their repayment. So it's a difficult one to manage any other way. But I think, though, this is something that we've added to define that in there to make that clear. And I think we can certainly, if we find that is administratively not the best way for the developer, that might be something that we can consider as we go through. And then if we need to do an amendment as we review this policy, then we can do that. It may be something that we can get feedback from the community on. And we do intend to write to developers to let them know when this consultation is open. So it might be something that they can give some feedback on the appropriate timing of that as well.
Yeah, and I think if we certainly seek feedback as we progress and see whether it becomes a problem or is seen to be a problem. Any other questions, councillors? Someone had to move recommendation, Councillor Kells. Moving, seconded, Councillor McCone. Any further discussion? There's none. I'll put it. Those in favour, please say aye. Those against, that is carried. Thank you. We now go to the water services delivery plan. And Mr. Palmley.
So just a few things before I hand over to Mr. Hope to do a full introduction. I think we need to recognise we brought this for you today, but this is a fast-moving reform. There was introduction last Wednesday of the third bill related to the government's local water done well reform. We haven't had a chance to fully digest what that's saying yet, but it's also important to recognise that that is going through its own process, and no doubt will have changes made to it before it becomes enacted as legislation. But in bringing this now, we are ahead of legislation and ahead of many other councils. And part of this is because water is such a massive part of our organisation and our finances, accounting for more than a quarter of our expenditure and a large portion of our debt. And what we do with water and the decisions made on this doesn't just impact water. You're not simply looking at what to do with water. It's about the future of the council as well, and what else the council is able to do and achieve for the community. And because it's so tied to our finances, the future of water needs to be considered alongside our long-term plan and our 9-year budget. And indeed, the finances in there have made some assumptions about what might happen with water. One thing we are keen to do, and the we is governance and the officer side, is explore the partnership options that are open to us. And personally, I believe the future of effective and efficient local government, including in that water space, will be about stronger collaboration and sharing and partnership with other councils to gain efficiencies for our residents and our ratepayers. And we've obviously been working with councils across Otago and Southland, as well as in South Canterbury, to explore those partnership options. But we need to be clear that the stage we're at the moment, whilst there's been a lot of analysis and a lot of talk and pros and cons looked at of different options, there isn't a developed partnership option that's on the table at the moment. It's still subject to further discussion. We know we're one of 4 councils in Otago and Southland who are keen to genuinely explore what partnership looks like. But until the details of who's involved and what is the proposition and some negotiation on that, we're not really in a position where we can consult with the community and say, hey, this is the partnership option. This is what it looks like. This is the implications. And it's also not in our gift as a council to dictate that, a partnership's going to happen. We need to engage with others and they need to be willing to come on board. So there's still a lot of work to do in that partnership space to look at who's on board and what that partnership option might look like. So with that, I'm happy to hand over to Paul to say a bit about the work that's been done in the water services delivery plan space and the proposals for consultation on this.
Thank you. Probably looking just to emphasise a few points in the report and a couple of matters that Mr. Palmer has raised already. The bill that was released last week, to put it in perspective of what an absolute beast it is, there are 314 sections of the Local Government Act. There are 432 sections of the Local Government Water Services Act. So there is an awful lot to get through. It covers an awful lot of material. And so, it is only a bill, and we are currently working on how we will put a submission into the bill to highlight matters that have particular impact on this district. This is just a decision in a series of decisions and matters to be considered. So probably don't want to emphasise the importance of it. The importance, as Mr. Palmer noted, is really the impact on the LTP and how we show, the consultation document and how we start communicating these matters to the community. The other matter is highlighting a couple of things. It is important to understand that the in-house delivery option is not the status quo. Whatever we do will be very different in the water space from what we do at the moment. It will still be regulated, both in terms of economic regulation, there'll be greater regulation of quality. There's significant changes proposed in terms of the planning and accountability requirements, the idea of ring fencing the activity and reporting on it completely separately. I don't think that's going to change in the legislation. So it means that we really have to completely carve out this activity from the rest of council. And so that is really the basis that the work that Morris and Lowe did, that they undertook. They took the perspective of this is effectively a separate delivery entity rather than just modelling it, comparing it to the way we do things at the moment. And that's why there are some variations between the material they've provided and perhaps what we've thought about in the past. And I suppose really getting down to why a council-owned water service delivery organisation, these things can end up with very complicated word titles, is really that what we're looking at is a choice of what's perhaps better for water consumers and customers versus what is best for the district, the ratepayers and the residents. So I think the material shows that really moving it out into a CCO, the greater debt capacity and flexibility that organisation will have and the debt and capacity it frees up inside of council, it's probably almost the critical factor to consider. If it stays inside council, it just consumes so much of both that it will just severely limit really the choice the community and the elected members have on all of the activities that council undertakes. So that is the primary reason why we've given the preferred option both in this report and in the consultation material about moving this into a different ownership arrangement. So with that, I'd be very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Quick question. You talk about the multi-council owned CCO option. To my mind, we're not going out actually consulting on any of these options, knowing exactly what numbers are going to be and who's going to be doing the contracting and all that sort of thing. So we are going to be consulting mainly on principles, and I don't see a council-owned CCO as being anything different to that. And it may be that we need to consult on the detail later on whatever direction we do end up going. But why would we not have that discussion with our community now rather than just talk about it, you know, in the relative vagueness of what we've got at the moment on that recommendation?
The base of that is, I think, really the point you raised at the start. There is more of an idea in terms of what a standalone council-owned CCO with there's more detail and we can about that, whereas it is just an idea. There's really no there's far less information that I think we can engage meaningfully on the public on about what the multi-council organisation might look like. So I suppose, yeah, but if council has another desire, then we can accommodate that. It would just mean rewriting some of the material.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, look, my view on that would be as long as the initial CCO is set up in such a way as to enable it to be expanded or integrated, if indeed that is the ultimate decision we make, and I mustn't preempt that, then I'd be comfortable with that. My questions at the moment are, I have a couple. On page 117, there's reference earlier to the fact that in the old days, it wasn't the concern about debt and there was a more permissive regulatory regime and councils were allowed to get away with more and have more time to fix things. You then say on page 117, taking this approach is no longer permitted or reasonable. In addition to significant changes in the regulatory settings highlighted by the establishment of Taumata Arowai, there has been significant increases in cost to deliver the same amount of work, illustrated by the impact of the recent Three Waters revaluation. Now, my question relating to that cost, it is my view, and I think it's an important view to share with the community, that the majority of that increase in cost is the consequence of decisions made by Parliament, not by us. Is that correct? And an increase in standards, perhaps arising out of the Havelock North inquiry, but it is not, if you like, self-initiated. In addition, the supplementary question to that, if we look at the graph on page 122, showing where we are and where we might be in 2028, there's a very significant increase in costs in that period, going from just over 1,000 to over 2,200 or 2,300. Is that increase a direct consequence of the higher standards I've just referred to and referenced in the first question?
So the first question, there's multiple factors driving the increases in cost. One is the standards, but even the cost to renew a pipe is significantly greater than it was 3 to 4 years ago for a whole variety of reasons. The materials we've been using that are used, they've increased significantly. The price of contractors has increased significantly. So that's what I mean, really, why I referenced the revaluation. That's just a reflection of what we've got, what we own at the moment, and essentially how much more valuable it is, and therefore, and how much more expensive it is to replace essentially like from like. We got some, it's just prices have moved significantly for a whole variety of reasons. The increase in standards is certainly a factor in that, but it is the big driver of the later increases that we're seeing as particularly wastewater, even anticipated wastewater standards are going to be higher than they are at the moment, and that will take more to achieve those standards.
We've got a number of other ones, so I'm going to share it around a little bit, if that's okay. Councillor McCone and then Councillor Blackman.
Yes, thank you for that, Paul. So am I fair in saying that right at the minute, the way this is presented is we get our own house in order first, and then we look outside the square to see how that works further down the track? And secondly, under this scenario, does it release the funding caps that we may run into further down the track by setting up a separate organisation?
I suppose if we had more time to do more work on this and develop a wider option, then we'd probably be looking at that more seriously. What I am focused on is the deadline to develop a water service delivery plan. And that time will disappear very quickly. I believe this is the most achievable option that we can include in a delivery plan and actually have that approved by Department of Internal Affairs, which they do need to approve it. It's not something we can, I suppose, just adopt ourselves, and that's that. So it's more, it's very much the practical route to achieve that deadline. And then moving out, yes, creating a CCO does, as I said, it creates capacity for both the water organisation and for council, just because of the way the level of debt and the different debt caps interrelate to each other.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Blackler.
Oh, thank you. Just page 116, there's a reference to requirement to consult on at least one other option. My understanding from our prior briefings and workshops was that we were only able to consult on the in-house versus another option. So I just wanted to confirm which one of those pieces of advice is correct. And then a couple other questions. If we look at the graph on page 122 of the agenda in the Morrison Lowe report, could council in-house essentially emulate the FFO output, or essentially what's driven by the FFO requirement output of the CCO model, while the water service delivery remained in-house, but reduce those costs over time, as the graph shows for the CCO, essentially due to the the increased charging up front, which reduces the total debt in the longer term. And then I guess my final question is, are there other ways for industry specialised oversight and our approach to how we do water effectively if we did do the in-house, and aside from joint CCOs, so if we were doing the in-house model, how can we work together with other communities to still generate those efficiencies and outcomes?
No, I'll have a crack and then you can. Sorry, Mr. Parmalee was just volunteering, but no, I wrote it. So, maybe I've just a little bit of slightly language from my part in the report. No, our understanding is just in the current legislation, it is two options is the preferred way to consult. To answer the first question, the second question, the way Morrison Lowe modelled it was to in terms of the council, the in-house model was like, this is sort of the minimum charge that they saw as to make the operation viable. If the in-house model chose to, increase charges more rapidly and therefore take on less debt, then you would see the same longer term price profile that you're seeing with the CCO. So that was the minimum price and sort of minimum revenues that it was identified. So any earlier repayment of debt will have a long-term benefit. And the third one, I think that's the kind of arrangements that would need to be investigated further. I think it's been suggested that even with the in-house model, there might need to be a governance group with some form of external expertise to actually meet the requirements of some of the regulators. So much like as there was a push to have independent chairs of finance, audit and risk committees, I think there's probably strong likelihood to be a push to have some independent expertise or representation on a decision-making body, even for an in-house model. And then the other was ways to get advantages of cooperation. Again, that's can be achieved. I think what the government is wanting to see is more concrete commitments to change, and I think that's the purpose of the water service delivery plan, is to make all councils make some form of commitment to change in this space, and to be clear about what their expectations were. I think they're less clear about I think they have very clear ideas, as the Mayor mentioned in his Mayor's report. They have the government has a very firm view of the model they would like to see. They're just like they're, as I said, nudging with a cattle prod towards that. But this is still local water done well. So there is a need to consult and have local input. Mr. Parley.
So I was just going to add to that. I mean, it's a live discussion in terms of with neighbouring councils around the partnership options, and I think we've got a challenge that some people are looking at this short term, whereas actually this is a long term fix to water. But for some councils, their short term interest doesn't seem to be in coming together in a shared CCO. But we're looking and having the discussion around, well, even notwithstanding that, if there were some councils that were willing to come together in a shared CCO, are there still partnership options there as well on top of that, or as well as that, so that, for example, on a region-wide basis or bigger, we could be looking at how we procure together to get efficiencies and economies for our ratepayers, or looking at sharing expertise where normally a council of our size we might have to go out to a consultant because we can't afford to have expertise like that in-house that we only use occasionally. Could we on a regional basis or wider share in some expertise that gains efficiencies? So there are lots of opportunities there to still work in partnership. But I think the emphasis needs to be, we need to be looking at this on a long-term basis of a solution for water across the country, really, and making decisions through that lens rather than just the short-term gains or not, as some councils are looking at it through.
I'm just going to take a question from Councillor Percival, and then we're going to break from morning tea, which will probably be like 5 minutes to grab something and come back and carry on. So, Councillor Percival.
Yeah, Paul, in regard to any joint venture proposal, Alex mentioned that you had conversations with our immediate councils to the north. Are they going to progress, and is there any feasibility in going further with those? Second question, which is my preference, we keep the water services in-house, would they be eligible for the carrot that's been thrown to the extended loans that are available from LGF?
There's most recent meeting with the the South Canterbury councils. There's still a desire to continue to look at how we might work more closely together. I think the concern both the chief executive and myself have is that pace is pretty slow. So I think it's going to take a longer time to get a decision out of them. What's being suggested in terms of the standalone doesn't preclude in any way further cooperation with those councils. It's just it's going to take a bit more work because they're sort of started further behind than Otago and Southland, I think, to come up with a proposal. But we're still working with them. The second factor, I don't see any way that this government will let the extended credit arrangements go to councils because there would be a concern that 500% might not necessarily be spent in the water space, and it might be used for other purposes. And there seems to be a real concern that some councils have essentially diverted funds from water into other activities to subsidise those. I don't think there's any actually any basis for that. But it just seems to be a concern that appears, has no foundation, but that's their thinking. And so there's no way they'll let council have more debt unless they can absolutely guarantee it is spent in the water space.
Apparently it was the very visible Wellington Conference Centre that got partially paid for through water depreciation funds, which being Wellington and where a lot of MPs are at, probably took more of their attention than perhaps the national situation should have. So anyway, we're going to break very briefly. So we'll be back in 5-ish minutes.
just if I may, a very quick question or two, actually.
Yeah, I'll get it out.
Oh,
Yeah,
what?
Right, welcome back. 5 minutes did take slightly longer, so apologies for that. Right, we'll get straight back into this water discussion. So Councillor Hopkins.
Look, two quick questions. Page 126, taking into account the comments from Councillor Blackler about the graph on 122 and negative comments from at least one ratepayer about the CCO costs in the first period. On page 126, it says efficiencies for a CCO owned solely by WDC are modelled at much lower levels than the regional models. And my first question is, are you satisfied that modelling at much lower levels is accurate, or does it potentially create a false impression of the benefits of having the CCO? The second question is in regard to the in-house operation on page 128, it identifies a revenue stream as a combination of general and targeted rates and financial and development contributions. Would that be in perpetuity were such an in-house operation to be established?
So the first question, I think it's a realistic assessment that just moving it into a CCO, there would be limited savings and financial benefits. And there is, you start getting those when there's real mass to a different organisation, but they're still not, they don't have a material impact on sort of the shape of the results. And the second one, well, they're the tools that we have at the moment. So even if we put in meters, that is still considered to be a rate. It's just set on a different basis. So unless there's a complete change to the legislation, we're using the tools that are available at the moment, and that would continue until something else was added.
So metering is considered as a rate. Would that be the case if it was a standalone CCO or a joint council CCO?
A CCO will need its own charging powers, but they are contemplating allowing the CCOs to be able to set effectively what is an equivalent of a rate, because particularly if they're looking after stormwater, there's no effective way to charge that through a user charge. It is a general charge across the community, and even some of the wastewater items, there will need to be some changes to allow those to be charged on a per use basis.
Thank you, Mr. Hope. Just remind councillors we are behind time, and let's keep to the things that don't involve such a level of detail. It's how people receive their bills. Do we have any other questions? Okay. Councillor McCone.
So looking at these graphs again on page 122, we've pretty much got the two options which are going out for consultation. Is that we just stick at those and see what's coming back? Is that what I'm interpreting? That's our best options at this stage?
Yeah, that's correct. We're just putting out two options for feedback from the community. I suspect we will need to consult again at some stage, but this is really as I said, the primary focus of this is to help produce a compliant water service delivery plan. It is not an absolute final decision about how water services will be delivered in this. There's still what, yeah. I was going to say a lot of water to go under the bridge, but
through the pipes. Councillor Holding.
So when we started off on the Three Waters sort of journey, we budgeted to sort of go to a gold standard for the infrastructure, and now with the changes, we probably are scaling back a little bit. Will that have any sort of bearing on the Morrison Low report or the debt ceiling, or do we revisit it?
no. So all of the Morrison Low modelling is based on the scaled back version rather than the unconstrained version that we were in discussion with the entity a couple of years ago. Yeah, no, it really was completely unaffordable in the first 10 to 20 years if we did everything that we thought needed to do to the highest standard and as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blackmer.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Kircher. I just wanted to flag my intention to put forward an additional recommendation and wanted to take your lead on when the appropriate time to incorporate that is, and also just wanted to flag my preference to take at least item 1 as a separate vote would be my preference.
Okay, I think, yeah, we will have to do progress our way through it. So on that, I'll to use another I'll test the water and move the following. So the council one approves the following options to be consulted on as part of the long-term plan development process. A, in-house delivery option. B, single council owned water services delivery organisation. C, multi-council owned water services delivery organisation, noting that the water services delivery organisation is the recommended option. 2, as written around developing additional material to support consultation. 3, delegating authority to the CE to finalise that material. 4, supporting further investigation and development of Otago and Southland joint council options, noting that Luther, Gore and Central Otago District Councils and Dunedin City Council have already resolved to support this work. Your suggestion, Tim, thank you for copying or sending that through. Happy for you to articulate what that is, and I'd include that in my motion.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Kircher. It was just it was item 5, which would read, and I have provided this to the governance advisor as well, who may or may not be able to share it for others to see. But essentially, it emulates recommendation number 4, which would read, supports and assists in further continuation of Timaru District Council-led investigation and development of North Otago, South and Mid Canterbury joint options, noting that this relies on a willingness of other neighbouring councils to proactively participate.
Okay, so I'm happy to include that in my motion. Do I have a seconder?
I'd be happy to second with one very, very, very minor change. In your first one, I would just think that the wording should be noting that a water services delivery organisation, because you've now posited 2. Yep. And I think clearly if we're going to consult on that, what we should say is we want one, our preference is one or the other. But if you're willing to make that very, very minor change, I'll second.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good as gold. So councillors, are we clear on that? Councillor Percival?
I'd like you to repeat that.
Okay, so it's pretty much what's has been added in. So the addition, it's pretty much what's written in the recommendation from officers, with the addition of 1C, multi-council water services delivery organisation. Noting that C is the preferred option. That's because we've got to, when we go out with options, we have to say which option is preferred. Okay, so that's what's happened there, which changes it from what we said. So it's not only that it's the government's. I'm trying to find the wording now. It's not that it's the government's recommended option, which is what I thought it was. It's got to be what our recommended option is, preferred option. So anyway, we've got that, and then Tim's additional one was supports and assists in the further continuation of Timaru District Council led investigation and development of North Otago, South and Mid Canterbury joint options, noting that this relies on a willingness of other neighbouring councils to proactively participate.
Sorry, what I heard you initially move was A, in-house, B, a single council owned, C, a multiple council owned, noting that A, water service delivery. Now, what I've heard you just say is that we are now supposedly voting for the third of those three options. I'm not sure I can support that.
Yeah, I misunderstood what was written there and thinking that was basically what the government is recommending or preferring, and so it would be that C, a multi-council owned water services delivery organisation is the preferred option, or recommended option from council. So I guess before you fully withdraw your seconding, there is no doubt that that's the direction that we're likely to take as a community, and it's not a case of getting our house in order and then making a decision as to whether we'll join together. It's about going out with the community saying, these are the options. I see very, very little point in having a single council-owned CCO. It will make things more difficult in the future to try and merge multiple CCOs into one and to get agreement on that, and I just see it taking longer at a time when staff say that they've got to get got to have this in place. We've got an LTP which says it's going to be in place within 2 years, and that water won't be part of our activity. I think we're best to be upfront with the community and say, well, this is where it's likely to end and this is what it would look like. And if there is a lot of feedback that people want us to either keep it in-house or to have a single council-owned water services delivery option organisation, then that's what we have to take heed of. So at the moment, it's what's the best course of action to most effectively and efficiently get to where we need to be, and that is working with others. And if we we've identified 3 other councils in Otago that are willing to work with us. They have all agreed on having those 3 options that they go out to the public with. And as part of the coalition of the willing, it would be my preference that we do have that discussion as a key part of the consultation. It is unfortunate we have to make a recommendation on which option we prefer, but that's required under the legislation. So having said that, Councillor Hopkins, are you willing to second still?
Look, I'll second the pro forma, but in order to enable discussion, but I seconded an alternative motion. I mean, I supported and seconded an alternative motion. If somebody else wants to second the one that you put in front of us, I'll withdraw, but otherwise I'll do it pro forma to enable the conversation.
Okay. I'll seek a seconder for the modified motion to have a seconder. Okay, that lapses for want of a seconder. Do I have a motion?
Mika, I will move 1 through 4 as on our agenda. And I don't know whether Captain wants to move 5 by himself, or I'll wait for him to see if he wants to do that.
Well, it'll have to be as an amendment if you're not moving it yourself. So do I have a seconder for Councillor Hopkins' motion?
Sorry,
Councillor-
can I ask a question? I'm just losing track of what is Councillor Hopkins now moving what's as written in the document?
Yes,
I am, and if you want me to, I'll move yours as well, but I was giving you the opportunity to do so separately.
Yeah, well, as I indicated in my earlier comment, I would like to. My preference would be to take one separately, personally. But if that wasn't going to happen, then I would move it separately.
Yeah, I think you can move it. We can deal with 1 through 4 if we get a seconder for that, and then you can move number 5. So, Councillor McCone, you're happy to second that. So we have 1 through 4. Any speakers to that?
Look, very briefly, Mayor Kitcher, I share your view that in all probability, we may end up with a jointly owned CCO. And it's clear from what we've heard from ministers at local government events, including a speech from one of them a couple of weeks ago, that identified 200,000 customers or users, consumers, as the optimum number for a water services delivery organisation. That the government wants us to go in that direction. And what I did say at the very start of this debate was that I would be perfectly happy to start with a council-owned water service delivery organisation, provided it was designed in such a way that it could be backed into a bigger or modified or extended entity later on. And I believe this option should, if we craft it to correctly, achieve that objective. And that's why, whereas I do support, conceptually I support the position you've taken, I'm not sure that the community is ready for it yet. So I think this is a good first step.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I'll just cover my concerns with this. I think it's an additional step that adds cost and doesn't add much value, and that's a major concern that I have at a time when we're trying to make these changes to actually save ratepayers money. It's going to be an additional cost. If we are not working with others, if we are a single council CCO, we absolutely run the risk of looking for board members and not being a very attractive option, because those with multi-council ownership will be more attractive to quality directors. For staff, we run the risk of losing good staff because there's a better gig in the region, and that is a challenge for me. It may be a step towards getting where we need to be, but it's going to be an inefficient step, I believe, and it's not going to be doing our ratepayers any service. So while it is better than nothing, and I will support it, I would have thought that 3 years since the National Transition Unit was set up, that a lot of work's been done on exactly moving to joint councils, operations being joined together, and there's a lot of work that has been done. So I will still support it regardless, because it, as I say, is a step in the right direction. Any other comments? I'll put it. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Sorry, Councillor Blacklist.
I unfortunately I had my hand raised to make comment, but obviously it's now been put. But yeah, if I could just record my vote against. I've unfortunately lost the opportunity to speak there, but thanks.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. Tim, I didn't, I was looking around the room and didn't look at the screen, sorry. Do you want to move number 5?
Yes, please. I don't think I need to read it out again, but yeah, I'd be happy to move that if anyone would
Okay.
second it.
Thank you. And seconded, Councillor Percival. Any discussion on that?
Yeah, because just very briefly, again, listening to what you said about the opportunity to work with others, I don't think the resolutions we are voting on, recommendations we're voting on today preclude that. Indeed, I think 4 and 5 actually address the concerns you've raised and indicate that we are actively involved in precisely the process of working with others and getting the collective deal that you talked about. So again, sharing your view and acknowledging the concern, I think recommendations 4 and 5 do significantly address those concerns.
Okay. Any other discussion? I'll put Councillor Blackler's motion. Those in favour say aye. Those against, that is carried. Thank you very much. Right, moving to the 2025-34 LTP, approval of the consultation document and supporting information. This will be a breeze. Mandy, hand over to you. Oh, Mr. Palmley, sorry. She was reaching for the microphone.
Yes, reaching, yeah. So I just wanted to recognise that for many around this table, this is your first long-term plan you've been involved in, and this is a particularly unusual one and a challenging one. It's a 9-year one because of the changes made around the water services legislation. We've obviously had the discussion on water, which is fundamental to us as a council and our finances. And yeah, I think it will take a number of years to work out what happens in the long term with water, and that partnership space is an evolving one. And I think the challenge we have is that we talked earlier, and Councillor Hopkins raised questions about the cost of water in terms of standards, but the other costs we're facing there. And as long as we have water within the council, it's going to put pressure on rate rises. And we've done a lot of work already to constrain the programme, but we're still looking at some big costs that need to be met. That some of those that we need to legally meet if we are going to be compliant. In terms of the process, where we're at today, you're not setting a budget today. This is a staging post in the process. And is effectively the starting gun being fired on the process of engaging with and consulting our community and considering and deliberating over their feedback that they give, which culminates in 6 months' time with hopefully agreeing a long-term plan and a budget for the next 9 years. And I think, as I said in my CE's report, there's limitless opportunities to do more, and there's more demands from our community, but everyone also wants us to keep rate rises down. So focus and prioritisation are key things for us as an organisation, governance team and officers working on how do we prioritise and focus those resources on the things that matter most to our community whilst living within our community's needs. So it's a very challenging LTP for those it's first time round, probably the most challenging environment local government has experienced for decades. But it is one where if we have the prioritisation and focus, I think we can set a budget that meets the priority needs of our community at a rate that's affordable. Mandy.
Thank you, Mr. Palmley. So this is quite a chunky report, and that's because of where we're at with audit right now. So when we prepared this report, submitted the report a couple of weeks ago, we had been working closely with audit. Officers have been working really hard to have the CD and supporting information at a stage to be adopted today at this meeting. And disappointingly, the assumption may be made that audit haven't had sufficient resources to put to the process that we've been going through. So we definitely aren't as far through audit as we had expected to be. The way the audit have indicated they like to proceed for the audit of the consultation document is they like to actually prepare 90% of their audit for the long-term plan this side of Christmas and do just 10% when we actually audit the LTP. So that's delayed where we'd like to be today. The recommendation that was put to you on the basis was that when we spoke to audit prior to this report being put through, they had indicated they may not make this meeting, but they said they would be working hard to do that at that time. And since then, there's been further conversations with them since this report was put through, which is why we have the options in the back end that if we cannot adopt the material here today, we have those options there for delegating the agreement adoption to Chief Executive in consultation with the Mayor. And if required, and that's on the basis of there only being any minor change to the consultation document and supporting information. And if on the basis that there is more than minor change required to that CD and supporting information, we would then hold a further council's meeting in February. Further conversations that we've had with audit last week does indicate that at this stage we would like to receive our audit report on the 3rd of February in order to have a council meeting that afternoon to start our consultation from the 4th of February to the 4th of March. But it is not guaranteed at this stage. So those dates still remain slightly in the air. But as Mr. Palmer sort of indicated earlier, consultation is different to the engagement process. So we have to legally consult for 4 weeks, but we can engage for a longer period than that. So when we get back from the new year and we have things proceeded further along, so audit will continue to work on our CD and long-term plan audit in the new year from the 13th of January. We'll be continuing to update. We don't want to do it every time because it's a lot of work on all offices. Once we get that list compiled, we will be continuing to update or finalising that CD with changes made. And there have been some changes made already to some of those figures and the graph on the double page project list. A few other things we've picked up, the rate, starting rate for the year. But these things may change because they are finding things as we go along, and we have to, ensure that we are putting the right information out there to our community because we want them to be a part of our 9-year plan. So when we get back in the new year, we will be building out our stories on the website so that what we see in the CD isn't the full depth of what they have available to them. So if our stories are developed enough, we can start to release those out to the community ahead of when we start that audit. As long as there's no figures, it's just the stories and the substance and the options and things. We just want to make sure that when we go out to the public, even to engage, that we have our information correct. But we can go out prior to that audit report being released to start letting them know what the key topics are and things like that, because we do want them to be as informed as they can be over as long a period as possible. I also know Councillor Hopkins mentioned earlier, have we thought about delaying that start? And we may have to, Councillor Hopkins. The reason why we set the dates when we did and the times of the hearings and the delegation deliberations after, we do want to keep those break periods in between because we need to have that time to get the information back to you all that you seek from those discussions. If we close that time, we don't have enough time to get solid information back to you all from our fellow officers to make sure that you're as informed as you should be. So we need that time, but we can delay that process. As you all know, we brought the whole consultation forward, one, so that we could have a long consultation period with our community, but we also wanted to have sufficient time at the end of the consultation period to be able to give you all sufficient information as we adopt that long-term plan so that you aren't going in on unstable grounds and feeling that you don't have all the information as we commit to the next 9 years. So what I just wanted to point out really is, yes, there are some dates that we may need to change yet. We don't know what they will be, and we will not know until we get into the new year, and we'll keep you all informed as we understand that. So those dates are a little bit not guaranteed at this stage, and we will just work with audit the best that we can. We're getting constant questions from them, which we're responding to as quickly as we can. If we have to delay the consultation period, we will do that. It will be disappointing, really disappointing, because we really wanted to be able to be armed to give you that time and our community that time. But we can engage sooner, and we will do everything we can to ensure that we are communicating as long as we possibly can with our community. So that's really all that I had to say.
Yeah, any questions? Councillor Holding?
I'll just jump to the controversial one around the beach road. But just in the consultation, probably, I think it's the first time I've seen it, but I would probably like to see that separated out, the rock cost somehow, not bundled into one package just for longevity. I mean, I don't know if you did realign the road, if that's the community's appetite. Is that road good for 10 or 15 years? But it's not quite clear to digest the price of all options, I don't think, on that one.
Thank you. We can have a look at that and try and develop that out a bit more. Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. I think, yeah, we've given some prices out there in the community around the repair costs. Obviously, there's the challenge of being on the coastline, but that would be more usual would be to actually have an ongoing budget for maintaining, you know, the alignment of the road as far as any erosion goes. So that would be a more easily understood and a more reasonable number, I'm sure. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, a few questions. I'm wondering, Mandy, if you'd consider a slight rejig on page 145. I do think the way we frame the questions is an important way to attract response. And I note on that page there's no reference to higher rates or costs or affordability. I'm wondering if you'd entertain the possibility that number 5 could read, what's the alternative to higher rates, ? Do we sell some of our property? Another question I have, if we go to page 149 of the agenda, that's the whole changing the way we Waitaki. I question, there is supposedly going to be an alternative communication program regarding this. Noting that it takes 10 pages to get to the first topic for people to actually consider in this document, I wonder whether we actually need those two. I do have some questions about the topics, but I would personally suggest we just take those 2 pages, 10 and 11 out altogether, and I'm wondering if you would entertain that possibility.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Hopkins. It's not something that I have considered right at this moment, as we have seen this document a number of times and it hasn't been put forward previously as something to consider. But if that is where the rest of everyone agreed, but I think it's important to get the Changing the Way We Waitaki story out there. It is part of what we are going to be moving towards as our transformation promotion. That is about changing the way we Waitaki. It's essentially about everything we do is going to be done differently. And I feel that that is a really important message for our community at this stage of the transformation, to shift from the transformation program that they have been familiar with that name to actually understanding what that is for them. But maybe Mr. Palmer might have something he'd like to say to that.
I'd probably just reference the public forum. You know, we've got sections of the community saying they don't know enough about what transformation is about. And, you know, in our, consultation documents, not even mention what we're doing to change the organisation to make it more effective and efficient as a lead into the other communications we're going to do, I think would be a bit of a oversight, really. And, I think, we'd probably regret it if we didn't mention it in there.
Okay. I would simply reiterate what I have said on numerous occasions and will continue to say. 10 pages before you get to the first topic that engages people is, at least in my view, 5 pages too many. We should be in the topics earlier, and I would reconfigure the content. With regard to the topics, page 154, would you entertain the possibility of reversing the options? I notice if the page layout is going to be as it is 20 and 21, I would prefer the preferred option to be the one that appears on page 21 and the status quo option on the next page. And I'm wondering if you would contemplate that. Page 156.
Sorry, Councillor Hopkins. it's your document, it's not ours. It's unique. So asking Mandy whether she is comfortable doing something, it's whether your colleagues are comfortable doing something, not officers. And could you please just ask your questions one at a time so we get a chance to respond? So if we try and do 3 or 4 at once, it does get a bit confusing about which one we're trying to respond to. So you're happy to respond to questions if we could just do them one at a time.
Well, maybe other people can express a view, but my view is it would be more helpful to have the preferred option on that page rather than the status quo option. If it's up to us rather than.
So we'll go to the response, and I think it's not unfair to ask officers. I think it's Councillor Hopkins' way of saying, "What if we do this?" And so getting the officer feedback will be very helpful in that respect, and we don't want to admit that. But yes, one topic at a time, rather than jumping from page to page and then having to go back to the start and try and figure out what the questions were. Mandy, thank you.
We can change the order of anything in there, Councillor Hopkins. So if you're wanting to bring that forward and your colleagues want that brought to have the preferred option as option A and option B, we just by legislation we have to present the status quo and one other option right at this time, with potential change for that later. But I'm happy to move that if the rest of your colleagues are wanting to bring that forward.
Thank you, and at least one other option. So that was whatever page that was. So it was 149, was it? No, that was the
154.
Yeah. See,
no, I asked
not good. We've got Councillor McCone. We'll throw one to him. Oh, sorry, yeah, Councillor Black, did you have your hand up, and then we'll go to Councillor McCone.
Thank you. I just had a couple of quick comments about minor details, but with respect to wording, but kind of I think are important to distinguish. Page 154 under what's our plan. I think rather than beginning the sentence with we'll probably start, we should start it with depending on our decision. With respect to water, I was wondering if we could have an explanation why the comment on page 154 around exceedance of the debt ceiling or alluding to that issue doesn't align with the Morrison Lowe report. And page 157, again, wording option B, there's some reference to debt funded by the water services company. I think it should read if decided. And then my final 2 quick overarching comments of the consultation document were on page 162 when we're referencing possible sales of property. I had suggested in the past that it would be good to have a column there with what those buildings are commonly known as, so that people have some point of reference rather than just the street address. And 165 reference to the 2.5 million spend on the Duntroon septic. I'll just reiterate again that I would like some scrutiny put over that figure, and I'm not actually that comfortable of such a large sum for what isn't a large scale project going into the plan. And then I guess I'll leave it there, but Mayor Kirch, I just flagged that I do have some questions around the liability management and investment policy as well.
Okay, thank you. What was your first page? Was
page 154, the sentence.
Right.
Yeah, the I was just suggesting that it should read depending on our decision, rather than beginning with "we'll probably start."
Mm-hmm.
That can be amended if that's what people want to land with. That's absolutely fine.
Okay, and yep.
Yeah, so I can respond to the debt question, and it is a matter that does need to be clarified. That references to our existing debt ceiling rather than an enhanced debt ceiling if we get a credit rating. Morris and I assumed that we would to make it try and make the model work. So we'll just add some wording in to clarify that position.
Okay, and those other couple of comments that Councillor Black has made.
Regarding the page 162, as Councillor Black was saying, column with what buildings are commonly known as, really difficult to do when there's only probably 1 or 2 buildings there that have a commonly known. They are largely pieces of land. There may be some that have a lease on them, but they are a lot of land blocks. So we have in the supporting information a more expansive table of the information of those properties so that they are more easy to be verified. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, Councillor Blackcliffe, but you won't have seen that yet, but it's got a lot more information in it with the land parcels, the assessment numbers and all that other information is in the back, will be on the website for the supporting information for more clarity for our community.
Just on that page, you made mention yesterday around a lot of the values shown on those properties look like capital values rather than land values, and we particularly properties where we own the land under whatever building that someone else owns. So, yeah, it has been a decision on whether that can be changed.
I was unaware, but
oh, sorry, you weren't.
But I can look into it. Yes,
we have really clear when it's land only, like, and I'm pretty sure the values just represent our own, what we own.
The like 14 Nen Street, $320,000. That is not the cost of a section in Nen Street, and yeah, I think it is probably more the capital value. So it's just making sure that we go out, particularly when we're giving a figure of the total value of these things. People will think that's what we can, if we sold all of them, that's what we would get. Wouldn't necessarily.
We'll go back and check those, make sure we know audits already looked at those and have cross-checked with Land and PV as well. So we'll just do a triple check on that, take that on board. Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor McCone.
First, I'd just like to thank everybody for the work they've put into this. It's a huge document. It hasn't been easy. We've had politics, we've had debt, we've had a whole lot of things coming on board, and to get this out in the form it's in, it is a consultation document. So I think we should treat it as that. And I think while there are questions to be asked with some of it, perhaps that's not a bad thing because it makes people actually sit up and ask those questions. So I'm quite happy in the form it's in right at the minute, and thank you for your work.
I think I just did a quick check on Nen Street. The land value is 215, which even that seems surprisingly high, and the capital value is 320. So perhaps another good indication to David Seymour about what the actual value audit provide when they go through and spend $100,000 or whatever, checking our consultation document. Councillor Hopkins, back to you.
Yeah, look, either to Mandy and or to the rest of us, or to both. Page 157, I'm mildly concerned that we are going out with a document that actually says district-wide water metering is our preferred option. In my view, we have not voted on this nor discussed it. We're perfectly entitled to put it to people, but I don't believe we should be saying at this stage, in the absence of a clear vote from the total council, that that is our preferred option. And I wonder what other people think about that. Can I do one more? Or on pages 158, I think the Orwell Street Sewer Pump Station should not be the focus of that page. Beach Road should be. And in the next page, there's a variety of information that hasn't been discussed with councillors and which I think is potentially misleading. Like these costs, 12,650,000 for realignment, 4.2 million for closing and realigning the intersection. The other day we had a report that said realigning the intersection was $300,000 and realigning the stretch of road between the golf club corner and the hole in the ground was 700,000. And I believe this needs to be reworked and rewritten. I don't think it represents what we wanted, and I feel it's I'm not sure that it puts the options in front of the community in as impartial a way as possible.
Mr. Rendo.
Thank you. As part of the long-term plan, we're required to develop an infrastructure strategy, which looks forwards over the next 30-year period. Within that 30-year period of the infrastructure strategy, there were several coastal routes that were being looked at as potentially becoming unsustainable without significant investment in rock armouring and rock protection. Whilst I can concede that the realignment of the road in the short term may be a far less costly decision, over the 30-year period, we will be required to armour that space. Otherwise, the road will cease to exist. So the actual cost, when you're looking at a long-term projection, is what's provided there. We're not looking at just a short-term decision about reopening the road now. We're looking at it in perpetuity.
If I may just ask a supplementary question then, how does that tell you with what's in the infrastructure strategy where it identifies Oamaru North and the coast south of Kakanui as the areas where erosion is expected in the next 30 years? Does that justify saying we're going to have to install 42,000 cubic metres of rock armouring to protect the 2.8 kilometre stretch of coastline?
Sorry, I need a moment to have a look at the infrastructure strategy point.
Okay,
I would suggest that those are two prime examples of where there is significant coastal erosion occurring. But in addition, this section, it can be plainly seen that there is significant erosion occurring.
Thank you. Yeah, you can check that out. We'll go to another question in a minute. One of the comments I have had back is that closing the road isn't our preferred option. I mean, if the costs are that, then it's probably the logical option. But this is where I think the challenge is of us having to state an option when actually we want to hear from the community what their preferred option is. And I don't know whether there'd be support from around the table to not just say that we don't have a preferred option at the moment, because we certainly haven't agreed on one around this table.
So I think we might need some clarification in terms of consultation requirements. My understanding is legislation requires us to consult on it, but the council needs to consult on it, state what its preferred option is. Is that correct?
Yes. It would be knowingly making a comment that wasn't, or having a bit in there that didn't comply with the legislation. If we went down that path, but I think that's the challenge, because we haven't. I think if you went around the table, we'd probably have a variety of views, but certainly the overwhelming one would be that we try whatever other options first before we decide to close the road. Mr. Rendell.
Sorry, just to clarify, on further reading of the infrastructure strategy there, the table that's being cited within the executive summary details some of the sites. On page 239, there's a number of other sites which do include Beach Road North. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make some general comments regarding the consultation document between pages 154 through to 159. So the waters aspect and the beach Beach Road aspect, and I think if we go to Beach Road first, I don't think what we've presented here allows people to make an informed decision. So I just want to flag my endorsement of others' comments, up to this point, that we don't address things such as, how much life will it add? What does the LiDAR show? The LiDAR imagery show regarding our current kind of estimates of foreshore remedial work, and what the delivery of that work provides in terms of the benefit, to cross check against our estimates, and are they performing? Are those estimates? Is the LiDAR information showing that our works are performing better or worse? What's the life of the infrastructure and proximity? Is there likely to be a shortened lifespan of that infrastructure? What additional spends required to maintain internal routes, or additional spend for upgrades to those internal routes? And what value do we put on the amenity aspect? I don't think any of those have been addressed adequately in the consultation we're putting forward there for our community. And then just specifically, if we go, I'll just talk to option A and option B in the water consultation, but I think, Mr. Hope, you've addressed the debt ceiling comment, so I won't touch on that if those amendments are made. But I think it's a little bit disingenuous to say that we're removing, under option A, that we're removing 62% costs off the books, because where is that cost going? And it's certainly not going to remove it from the householder, and arguably, in the short term, based off that modelling, there will be further increases to the householder under a CCO model through introduced overheads and stranded overheads that we leave behind at council. So I think we need to be upfront with the community about this. And I'm not sure if option A is really genuinely kind of outlining what the possibilities are. And then to option B, conversely, again, I think it's a little bit misleading and sometimes contrary to the Morrison Lowe report. And we've touched on in the earlier agenda item that we could manipulate the in-house option to generate the same output in the long term that the FFO requirements essentially place on the CCO. So I guess it sounds like I'm being really critical, but and I don't wish to be. I just don't think we're effectively portraying to the public what the possibilities are in either scenario. We're basically saying that only one option will deliver one outcome, when that's actually not actually entirely accurate. So, in terms of a productive suggestion to put forward in that regard, I guess I don't have those explicit words right now, but I don't know if it really puts forward the full story to our community.
Just as a general comment on that, I mean, the brief we had for our LTP consultation document is to keep things summarised and short, so it is a document that's accessible. All these issues that you're consulting on are complex. If you take the water issue alone, there is reams and reams of information that sits behind that. So, I think, you can always add in a lot more information, but the more you add in, the more disengaging it gets. And I think it's about what else we do around that to help build understanding of, the complexity behind some of these issues. And I think that's the challenge we have in terms of engaging our community. It's how do you take complex issues out there where there isn't a right answer? There are a lot of unknowns. That water space is one of them. There is modelling been done, but we don't know. This council will have to make a decision based on the best information available without actually knowing, how things will eventually turn out, whatever option it selects. And I think the more information we add in to the consultation document, the less engagement we're likely to get on that. And so I think it's about what do we use to supplement that? Where do we provide further information for those who do want to interrogate, you know, I don't know, the engineering assumptions behind Beach Road, so that we keep the document accessible, but we do provide the full information available out there to people.
Thank you, Mr. Palmley. And to that, as I mentioned earlier, Councillor Blackburn, we will be putting additional information on our website. We do have supporting information already prepared on each of those topics, but on each website landing for each topic, we will have more information than what you see in that consultation booklet. As Mr. Palmley correctly just identified, it is about making that document engaging so that people want to read from front to end. We don't want them stopping at page 5 and missing some of those key topics that we're talking about. We want them to read it from end to end. And if there is something there that they want to know more about, we have that supporting information on the website. And on the website, we also have additional information to each story, which is being prepared. So that's where we sort of go into, where we have the opportunity to delve into each topic more thoroughly to make sure that that information is there, and we'll be having, you know, questions that people will come to us at the time. If there's a need for more information, we can answer that online as well. So we can get back to people to build more stories out. If we feel at that time that we're missing things, we can keep on developing that through that engagement process. So, but I don't know whether Mr. Hope's got anything to say to the waters topic.
No, I just probably emphasising the point. That's why one of the items in the resolution and the water service item was about developing further materials. Probably also comment that this is an area of significant focus of audit, and if they don't, you know, they have never felt constrained in commenting on where they believe that material in the consultation document is not clear enough or does not reflect the underlying information. So, yeah, it will still get quite a bit of further scrutiny over the next few weeks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Holding?
Just if we accepted recommendation 1 today, what would that mean to recommendation number 5?
Accepting recommendation 1 would just mean that will be included on the project list to be carried through to consultation. It doesn't mean any decision made further than that, because we are still then just inviting feedback from the community. But as far as impacting the other ones, if that can be taken in isolation to support, I think in the option B and C, it says you can take part of that recommendation supported by those other options that are presented through the report. So, yeah.
Councillor Hopkins?
Very quickly, page 160, I'm concerned about the last 2 paragraphs. We asked for your feedback on a new EDA and the future of the penguin colony in a public consultation in 2023. We heard that you weren't happy with the options we presented, so we've had a rethink. Well, I don't believe that to be true. We asked people if they thought a joint venture was appropriate. There was a core group who misunderstood what we were intending and vehemently opposed. As a result of the consultation, we didn't resolve from the option of having a joint venture at some stage in the future. I believe those 2 paragraphs should be reconsidered. And finally, just officers, I would ask you to have a look at the figures that are included in the graphics on page 169, because I don't think those numbers tally with the information provided on page 151. Financial information. The way I read 151, it cannot correlate with what's said on page 168.
So we'll go back and have a look at those. That's, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I will say some of those figures have already been updated since audit has started looking at them. So then they may be updated anyway from that version that's put in front of you today. There has been some figures changed already. So, but we haven't finished that audit process, so there will be still more figures to go. So we haven't presented you that updated version, but definitely we will just double check that correlation. No, thank you. Yeah, no problem. Appreciate it.
Just on the penguin colony thing, I think yeah, we do have to be a bit careful what we what we are trying to propose. Last time we went out, we didn't paint a picture that was understood by the community. We didn't help ourselves, and of course, the people had major concerns what that might look like. Right through to privatisation of penguins and selling sponsorship on the back of every penguin or something. We did hear at the shareholder meeting last week with Tourism Waitaki that they are undergoing a major change in the penguin colony facility, and that there's some good opportunities that they are developing. So I know this is, just I guess overlapping on timeframes and things, but that they are making some good steps. They're reinvesting back into the colony in ways that perhaps weren't envisaged when this was written. So really hard to know what to suggest we do right at the moment, because we're in this zone, no man's land, between developing the consultation document and getting all of it sign off. So if you've got any suggestions, that would be helpful. But looking at whether we, what should we be doing with the colony would be a big question. Mr. Parley.
So I think, again, I'd say that the decisions around this are about the long term. What Tourism Waitaki presented to the shareholder group meeting is clearly an investment in the facility in improving on what they have, rather than a long-term focus on the offer and what that might be going forward and the other opportunities. I think that's what was proposed in terms of establishing the penguin colony as a separate business entity to bring a focus to that going forward. But I'll go back to my opening point. You're not making decisions on this today. You're deciding on what to consult on, following lots of discussions we've had around the options to consult on over many, many sessions. So final decisions come 6 months down the line for you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments? Any particular motion? Councillor Percival.
Yeah, I'll just repeat what Jim was saying about Beach Road. I think the estimated costs, even though it might be long term for 100 years or whatever, I think it's very, it's not reflecting what the public want, who've expressed their fact that they want the road reopened in one form or another. I think if anyone who looked at that and saw those sort of costs would say, "Ooh, they're crazy," but it can't be that much. And as Josh explained, he's looking 30-year impact on it. I mean, I just don't understand why that should be a question in that form. And I agree with what Jim said regarding the costs that were given to us with the council update or operational update. I think that should be changed to make it more reasonable and more effective for people to make a reasonable comment on.
So I get it, you don't like the costs and they're unpalatable, but I think some of the financial information that was shared with you was about dealing with the immediate impacts of the holes. We have discussed before we dug up those holes, the long-term impact on that road of coastal erosion, and the decision would be made or need to be made on its future at some point. And those figures that are in there reflect figures that I remember being discussed with you when we were talking about that long-term impact. I think that there's opportunity maybe to clarify the term over which that expenditure is envisaged, but I wouldn't endorse going out to the community without being realistic about what the estimated cost is of keeping that road open over the long term. And essentially the issue over the holes that are there now has, I think, brought the decision forward by a few years, but that decision needs to be made at some point, even though those costs are unpalatable.
Thank you. Right. Councillor Hopkins.
Just a very quick question with regard to the other documents that we're looking at. I would just very quickly ask Amanda Paul and Mr. Palmley to have a look at in the financial strategy, pages 197 and 198. We say we have a very conservative, low risk investment income approach. And I believe we have essentially committed to being a little bit more adventurous in that area. And I believe that possibly could be redrafted along with this, and the same thing would apply to the investment and property policies on page 268 and 270 of the agenda. I think in each case, they represent a view previously held, but perhaps not so, not current. There are other matters that just are typographical and so on, and I think they can be resolved elsewhere.
Thank you. Councillor Blackstone.
Oh, thank you. I guess just before I ask my question, I'll just endorse what Councillor Percival was saying. I think we need to find a way of not conflating the project reclaim with the wider issue of coastal erosion in terms of what the cost is to reinstate. At the moment, we're combining the whole, we're levelling the whole issue of project reclaim alongside the coastal erosion impact in general, and I don't think that compares it fairly. But I wanted to make comment on the liability management and investment policy, but I have about 6 or 8 questions around that, and I just thought rather than going through them, maybe I could flag or get an understanding of whether there'll be an opportunity to kind of drill into some of that stuff at a future date, post the general consultation period.
It could be handy just if you flick those through to Mandy and Amanda, and just give them a chance to see where is there something that does need to be modified on their, what do they believe? So if there is something that needs to be changed, then they can change it before it goes out. But if it's one where it needs agreement by the broader governance team, then it maybe has to go out the way it is, and then we'll discuss that when it comes back to us after engagement.
Yeah, thank you. I guess just without going into the details, I guess that it's kind of in the broad. It's certain things that maybe might need slight tweaking in the broader context of the fact that we're now a net borrower, and that waters may or may not be shifting out, and whether or not the policy needs to kind of modify and shift slightly to acknowledge and address some of those impacts that it might have on the way we approach things.
Okay. Now, if you can send that through to them, that would be good.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
No, it's not a good question, Mr. Chair. Based on what Mandy has said, and given that we were given a variety of options as part of the report, and I thank officers for that because they've preempted the uncertainty generated by audit. I presume if you're going to ask us to vote, you would want us to vote on, would it be option 3 that you would want us to vote on at this stage?
At this stage, though, noting that I mentioned earlier that we aren't sure of the time of when we will be able to consult, we're just whipping down to the options, which I believe is option 3 being to have a, sorry, we're still trying to view those up. It was just up somewhere over here. Sorry, we're just trying to find that option. Yeah. Yeah, and up again. Yeah, I think to that though, as I said before, we hope to have that report on the 3rd of February. It isn't guaranteed yet. So at this stage, we haven't had any significant change at this point indicated by council, but we are, by audit, but we are still working through that. So it would be either option 2 or 3, or a combination of the above. But yes, we hope that as stated there, that we can have a Zoom meeting on the 3rd of February. It may be sometime thereafter. So option 2 being if there's only minor change, it would be delegated to the CE in consultation with the mayor. And option 3 being that we'd have to have an additional council meeting if there's more than minor change, and we aren't at a stage yet where we know. At this stage, there's only been minor change to what a community will see in the CD and to supporting information at this time. But as we proceed, that may change. And I think we can, we'll keep you informed on that.
Yeah, based on that, if you'd entertain it, I would move option 3. And if there's a seconder, I'll briefly explain why I've opted for that rather than 2.
Okay, thank you. Someone prepared to second that? I'll just give people a moment to read through.
Well,
so you've you went for option 3, yeah?
Yes, I did. Just speaking to it, I think we've asked for some changes today that are more than minor. And it is possible that audit will also ask for changes that are more than minor. And if we voted for 2, we would then have to agree subsequently to voting for 2 to actually have a Zoom meeting to engage. This way, that's actually built into the process and could occur should it be necessary. It may not be. It may be that the matters can be dealt with without the Zoom, but this at least just basically using your argument about getting to the desired destination as quickly as possible. I think option 3 rather than option 2 does that. That's why I've moved it.
Okay, so do we have a seconder?
Happy to second that, Mayor Kirch.
Thank you, Councillor Blackler. Discussion on that? Oh, Mr. Hope, did you?
I know. So just for clarity, you'd still have items 1 and 2, and option 3 would basically replace from item 3 onwards. So 1 and 2 would still be there, and we replace everything after option 3.
Well, we haven't debated 1 yet, the inclusion. My view is that there may be some discussion sought about that or those 3 requests.
Okay, so we can add them on after. So we can go with option 3, and then we can come back to 1 and 2 and decide whether we add them on to the end of that. Okay. Right, any speakers? Okay, well, I'll put it then. Those in favour of option 3, please say aye. Aye. Those against? That is carried. Now, going back to the recommendations 1 and 2, and I just suggest at the moment we're talking about the draft long-term plan and whether number 2 should be referring to the draft long-term plan rather than long-term plan. Because that depends what we agree in June, basically. So I'm seeing some nodding. So if we take it that we are referring to the draft in this case. Councillor Holding.
Just in regards to a couple of the requests that offered more detailed information, I think it would be good to see the more detailed information about what they're asking for. Some
the attachments.
Really.
So context around what they're asking for. Okay. I'm aware of the Geopark one, and Councillor Blackman might add to that, but essentially it is getting the operational costs covered so that they can focus on the what they're delivering and hopefully getting external funding coming in. So the decision today is do we include that in Kura Medical Centre? Again, do we include that in? And the Waitaki Visitor Centre, that's I believe an increase on the amount. Sorry, that's the total amount. So the actual increase is less than that. Mr. Palmer.
So the requests are attached, attachment 9 from page 309. 309 forward, which sets out the letter from the Geopark, the email and attachment with the Kurau Medical Centre setting out what they're proposing to do. And then I think it's an email exchange with the Whitestone Heritage Trust.
Yeah, just on page 311, there's an offer there to, I'm very happy to provide a more detailed breakdown as to what our costs represent, but I'd like to note our small team are currently punching above their weight.
And which request, sorry, councillor?
I was going to say more detailed, but the more detailed. So what the costs represent.
Which, no, which entity is making the statement? Thank you.
Righto. Councillor Hopkins.
Well, yeah, look, just speaking to these, noting Cliff Butcher's comments this morning, I am unhappy about including in the long-term plan a proposal to provide 250,000 per annum for 10 years to the Geopark, which is what we're currently being asked to do. It may well be that they need some short-term funding, and it may well be that they need our support for that. In my view, our job now is to say it clearly and explicitly to Tourism New Zealand, to agencies in Wellington, to the government that actually wants us to have a seat around the United Nations Security Council table. We have run out of money. If you want this, and if you want to maintain the relationship with UNESCO and the United Nations, it's time to actually open your wallet and stop asking 23,000 people to pay for something that you all say is a wonderful national asset. So I'd go for 1 year, but no more, and send an explicit signal to Parliament that if you want this, it's time that you actually help to pay for it. As for the others, I was disturbed to read in the Kurau application, they want a cornerstone funder. We would also like to suggest a consideration of the well-known and well-used concept of rating of households from Awamoko on upwards to contribute to some of this potential funding. My understanding is they had an offer from an entity to actually be the cornerstone funder, and because there might have been some confusion or unhappiness in the community, they said no. And I'm not inclined, if they're going to take that attitude, to actually blithely say, oh yes, we'll chuck another bill at the ratepayers. And the third one, I just would notice with regard to the information centre, they talk about 23,000 people over the last year seeking 150,000. Basically, they are asking us to pay $6 per person to get information, and they won't charge for their services, or they only ask for a donation for people to go into the place. And I'm not sure that's a valid business model that we should necessarily endorse and have other people pay for.
I guess the defence for them is that they are making more money asking for donations than Tourism Waitaki was making when they charged for it. Also the visitor numbers are up over 33,000 now for the calendar year to date. So that gets under $5. Yeah, it's yeah, I mean, obviously we would rather not have to give them anything, but we have to be realistic about if they're going to be providing a proper service or not. I'm not sure, Councillor Blackler, if you've got anything to comment on with the Geopark, but if you do, happy for you to make any comments on that as our current representative on that.
I have, thanks, Mikucha. I haven't got anything too much further to add than what you'd already covered, but I think we need to decide whether we actually support the Geopark in its sustainability in the long term as a community. I think you know, the reality of the situation is, at least in the short term, it does need some backing from council, and if it doesn't get that backing, then things will likely need to change substantially for it. And And on that basis, I don't think Councillor Hopkins' proposal of a 1-year solution is adequate. Equally, I can understand his concerns about, applying that amount across a 10-year period, but maybe we could meet somewhere in the middle with a reducing balance over time to allow the geopark to work towards its goals of becoming financially self-sustaining, down to a minimum kind of threshold that council's willing to offer and support for in return for the geopark delivering on some of the council desires for the community that they'll deliver on our behalf in partnership. And I guess you're just echoing your comments around the Waitaki Visitor Centre as well.
Yeah, I think with these ones coming in and some were received early but weren't included and so on. So it's trying to weigh them up against everything else that we currently do have in the long-term plan that we are proposing to fund. And Councillor Hopkins alluded to this a bit earlier. If these go out as these are some things that we want to consult on and get feedback on. And, it's not looking at adding them to the budgets overall. It's about contesting against some of the other things that already exist there. So looking at how we put different ideas forward or different projects and actually make some decisions between them, as opposed to these ones got in early and they're all good, and these ones came in and weren't included until now. So I think that's gives us a contest of ideas at least, and gives people the public options around what are their preferences around some of these things, some of these different projects. Deputy Mayor Harding.
Thank you, through the chair. I would have to agree with Councillor Hopkins, just in terms of just some of the comments around just being a bit more prudent. These principles that we're looking at, guiding principles of a financial strategy, and all he's doing is just aligning with that and what the request is and what the ask is. There's also feedback from a public forum this morning, just around ensuring that we do take into account our ratepayers and the increased expenses that they are facing. So I think we do need to be quite careful in terms of saying yes to late projects that are brought in. It is supportive of the 1-year funding for Geopark, but just like any other organisation, you've got to go out there and look for funding. That's just the reality of it. That's what other organisations are actually doing. So I'm very supportive of what you've been saying this morning, Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you. Councillor Percival.
Well, I'm not supportive of any of the three. I agree with Fliss that the cash cow's gone to the works, turned into hamburgers. And that should apply to many other things that people keep looking at us, bludgeoning off us. And that's my honest opinion.
Thank you. Any other questions?
On the record, we're having a vegetarian lunch.
We're running out of time for lunch, so don't worry about anything.
Mayor Kircher, on the basis that it's not a final decision on the funding, but to put it out for consultation with the community so that they can provide the feedback, I'd be happy to move recommendations 1 and 2 to test the mood.
Thank you, Councillor Blackler. Do we have a seconder? Well, I'd suggest, Tim, I would second it if we, for the Geopark, went 200,000 for 3 years per year for 3 years, because I've been working with them to try and get some other sponsorship, and it is getting closer, but there's some. It does need time, and whether it needs all of that time, we can still make decisions on annual plans of not on the intervening years. So
I'd be happy with that amendment.
Yeah, so give some certainty and so on, and with the visitor centre, to help that get across the line, I'd suggest that that the total amount become 120. I think we've been funding 100 for the last couple of years, so looking at 120 for 3 years, so that we put a more defined timeline on it. The Kura Medical Centre is a different beast altogether. So yeah, I think we consult on it and see what happens. I don't know that the funding option that's included in there is necessarily the right one, but it's difficult to find the right one at fairly short notice. So on the basis of that, if you're happy with those changes, I'm happy to second 1 and 2.
Yes, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Okay. So again, it's looking at these being contestable ideas. This is not the final decision. There are other things which we might decide to take out of the budgets when we get to deliberations in May, is it? Yeah. So that the final decisions would need to be made then. So any other speakers on this? Councillor Hopkins.
The difficulty I have is that I feel quite strongly with regard to the Kura Medical Centre that if they want a cornerstone funder, I would, before we actually start consulting with the community about another impost on their rate bill, that I would invite the Kura Medical Centre team to actually reconsider the offer they've already had from a cornerstone funder that would alleviate the need to take additional rates from residents in the Awamoko area onwards.
Okay, any comments on that? Okay, well, I think we'll put them, but we might have to go line by line on them, see how we go. So if we go essentially 1A being the geopark, an indication of those in favour of that being included for consultation. So.
Aye.
Aye.
Just an indication of a vote.
This is a vote, sorry. So those in favour of the geopark allocation for consultation, 200,000 a year for 3 years, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
And against? Okay, I'll just need to do a quick count. So those in favour, can you raise your hands? 5, and against? 5. Is Councillor Thompson when you need him? On the basis that it's an even vote, I want to see what the public have to say about this and give them the chance to at least have a say. So I'll vote in favour. For the Kura Medical Centre, those in favour of that being included for consultation, please say aye.
Aye.
And against? That's no. And the Waitaki Visitor Centre, 120,000 for 3 years. Those in favour of that being included in consultation, please say aye.
Aye.
And against? I'll do show of hands for that one again, please. So those in favour. That's carried. Thank you. And then number 2 agrees that there will not be a balanced budget for years 1 and 2 of the 2025 to 34 draft long-term plan. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
And against? That's carried. Right. Thank you very much. I think that's made most of the stuff in there. We've covered off. So next we go to the capital works budget on page 336. So I had decided we'll go through to 12:30. I didn't mention that, but I'm not too sure whether that's going to get us to the dog policy bylaw as well or not. So we'll see how we go. So, Mr. Rendell, welcome to the hot seat. Well, it's been a fairly warm one for you already this morning, so I'll hand over to you to speak to this particular report.
Thank you very much. On 30th of July, a decision was made by council to carry forward capital works prior financial year that were in progress. The carry forward value was $14.5 million. This was done on the proviso that the 2024/25 capital works budget will be reviewed to ensure overall borrowings were kept at the same point as forecast through the enhanced annual plan process. A thorough review of projects has been undertaken with budget managers, considering cash flow forecasting of projects, deliverability of the projects, and the resulting wellbeing outcome of the investment in the project. This provided opportunities to refine the program to reduce the total debt to within the range that's been requested. In addition, this paper serves to deal with a number of other financial matters that have arisen since the adoption of the 2024/25 enhanced annual plan. You'll see there are a number of recommendations which we've covered off previously within a public workshop, but happy to hand over for any further questions.
Thank you. And just a general question just around the finances and the resolution and so forth. If we end up getting the repayment from ORV, how does that affect does that affect the resolution at all?
Doesn't affect this resolution at all. So basically, we were looking at debt of 99 million by 30 June 2025. That's what we approved in the enhanced annual plan. And then we put in the July meeting, we put forward the carry forwards to add to that of 14.5 million. And then this brings us back to that starting point of 99 million. What we choose to do with Observatory Village repayment, if and when it happens next year, is our prerogative separate to this discussion.
Was the debt figure, was that external or total debt?
Same thing. External total debt is 99. So it's forecast to be 99 million by 30 June 25.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, but look, I do have two questions. Well, the first relates to the resolution you're asking us to approve on page 338, where you're saying that number 4 agrees that any shortfall in implementing the Waitaki identity and story district and township signage would need to be taken through the long-term plan discussions to be implemented. Now, it looks as though we are allocating 125,000 from the visitor economy budget to support the geopark this year. Is that creating the shortfall? What is the quantum of shortfall? And is it prudent for us to actually vote to just agree to a shortfall being taken through the long-term plan discussions when I would suspect that you guys know what the shortfall is? Additionally, the same issue with funding on the next page under background, further information on several projects has come to light, 1043, 4624, 57, 1069, which indicates the current budget will be insufficient to complete the works. So again, if you know that, what's the additional quantum needed to actually complete those works?
So this relates to item 2 as well, which also references the letter received from the Whitestone Geopark for additional financial support in this year. So in the tourism development budget, it was intended that that be used for the gateway signage and for the township signage. We haven't got full detailed costs for that at the moment, so that's an estimate of what it might cost to do that. And so what this is saying is that, in allocating 125,000 of that, if that's what you decide to do, that leaves a balance of 175,000 for that gateway signage project, which we don't think will be sufficient. So it just is signalling to you that once we've got the detailed costings in, that would need to, if you're going to do that, and you want to do that, that would need to come through as a project through that long-term plan deliberation process. So we haven't got detailed costings, it's an estimate. And it's just signaling that, you know, should you decide to allocate some of that funding to the geopark, there would be likely or undoubtedly a request, but we don't know the full cost of that at this stage.
Yeah, question on the estimates is, you know, like, has that been talking with any sign writers, or is it, what's the basis, the science behind it?
So I believe that was through discussions with the roading team about costs of signage. There is engagement happening with sign writers, but I don't know that we've got detailed costs from them at the moment. That's the next stage of the process. So it's a high level estimate at this stage. It's not a detailed costing of the project.
We've certainly had positive feedback in mentioning this from sign writers, saying that was a very large budget for what they believe was required, but obviously they don't necessarily have all the exact specifications. So we look forward to getting a bit more science behind that number, and in the meantime totally support the allocation. Mr. Rendell.
In response to your second question, Councillor Hopkins, regarding projects 1043, 1046, 2457 and 1069, that would be the Corridale drinking water upgrades. We've had some indicative pricing, which is well and truly outside of budget. We're looking at approximately $3 million per supply to undertake the water treatment plant upgrades there. Planning on having a session with yourselves next calendar year with representatives from Corridale Water Management Limited to determine how we best proceed.
Have they been privy to any discussions that we've had with Te Mata Arawai around acceptable solutions?
Yes, I'm in regular contact with them.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor McCone.
Look, I just commented maybe too soon, but I really appreciate what you guys have done and totally agree with option one. So one, we've kept the lid on the spending. Two, I presume we're looking at core capital projects that are on the board and they're achievable in the end of this financial year, which should make all provisional budgeting and looking forward a lot easier, because we know exactly where we're going and what it's going to cost. So thank you for doing that, and I'm quite relaxed with option one.
Recommendation. Yes. So any other questions? Councillor Holden.
And Mr. Render, on the Homes Wharf restoration, is there currently some lights still out
there? Sorry, I didn't quite hear your question.
Is there currently street lights on Homes Wharf? I know we removed the gravel yard, but is there still on the operational bit?
No, currently there isn't any street lights on Homes Wharf.
Councillor Percival.
Is there any risk analysis of not having them there? Or?
That process does need to be undertaken. As I've suggested within here, recommending that we defer that particular discussion to the Harbour Area Committee to undertake. Some further detailed risk analysis will be undertaken then to determine whether we want to proceed with that particular project or not.
Thank you. Councillor Percival.
Yeah, page 337, right at the bottom. Item G, emergency district-wide generators. This seems to haunt me, this thing, because every time it comes up, I question it. And I've had explanations about it, but I did at one point, I think the last time it came up, I requested a business plan. And why, for goodness sake, we need them. And the fact that it's just under $500,000 is huge. And the fact is another fact, lots of facts with it. And I presume the close on $500,000 includes the rewiring of all the stations to cater for these things. I mean, it just really makes me really mad. So I don't know if you'll be able to satisfy me without a business plan, the logistics behind it, and the rationale. Because if that's the case, then I can't approve any of this.
I'll make an attempt at providing a brief overview for you. So this particular project does try to address some of the resilience concerns we have with water treatment stations, water pumping stations, wastewater treatment plants and wastewater pumping stations. For those times where we do have electrical outages, which do occur. The project itself does include the rewiring of switchboards to be able to have a quick connect plug rather than having to have an electrician come over and wire in a generator specifically. We'd be looking at some standardized generators that are trailer mounted to be able to take them to locations where power outages occur. That's the estimated cost at this stage. I can get a business plan put together that has some more detail for you if you'd like. If so, then I'd suggest that perhaps it won't occur this financial year and we do defer it to next financial year. However, there is risk associated with the fact that power outages do occur, and when they occur at our wastewater facilities, we do end up with environmental pollution from overflows, and we do have a disruption to water supply when power outages occur at water facilities.
Lunchtime.
Yes, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Josh. But I'm going to get a little bit pedantic here. You've got an annual charge on these things they're running up every 3 months, but it's for them, right? They've got to be serviced. But that's, the thing, there is such a thing as priority hireage. And I did a bit of homework on this because I was really cross with it. There's 28 generators capable of running the biggest of our stations sitting in North Otago, right? It just doesn't make sense to me. So I do need more information. Thank you.
I think at some stage, just an understanding of what it's buying, so, if we're going to switch, get all the switchboards done so that, generator can be plugged in, and then what's the best way to equip things. I think, I absolutely want to see us progress at least part of this. So, that we are more resilient, and, if there is a major disaster or whatever, allocation of generators is going to be a real issue. So, as much as we might be able to commandeer some, it may not be enough. And always got AF8 in the back of my mind on that one. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, because with genuine respect for my colleague who is concerned about this and has been concerned about it, at the workshop that's referred to in this agenda, this project was discussed, and I think the majority of us felt that it should be retained. Now, if Councillor Percival has an issue, it's with us, not with officers, I think. I don't mean to be contentious about this, but I'm happy if you want to move that we delete G from the resolutions, then I'm more than happy to consider that. But I'm just making the point that we have traversed this before and decided to do something in the first 2 years of the long-term plan.
Right, thank you. I'm going to move the recommendations as they are. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Linwood, thank you. I think there's been a lot of work gone into this, and it's one of those situations where it's not going to be perfect for everyone, but I think there's sufficient work that meets the resolution, that still gets some of the things that we did have given feedback on previously, that still gets those things done. So, and I just thank officers and particularly Josh for the work that he's done leading this particular program of trying to rationalise our budgets better. So thank you for that. Yes. So, does anyone require those, or does anyone want to speak to them first of all? Does anyone require them to be put separately? Okay, not seeing anything there, so I'll put it to those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against?
Against.
That's carried almost unanimously. Thank you. We are going to have a break now. We're due to be back at 1 o'clock for the public forum for the district plan review, and then get on to that. We still have a number of items, so we'll discuss over lunchtime how we're going to deal with those, particularly having a conversation with the chair of the Performance Audit and Risk Committee around what his thoughts are on that. So thank you very much everyone for joining us. We're adjourned until 1 o'clock.
Yes. Andrew. You've already.
Welcome back, everybody. As we reconvene this council meeting, we're going to jump over several agenda items, and we're going to the item 5.8, the approval to notify proposed district plan. We have a separate public forum for this particular item, and we've got a number of speakers here in the chamber, so welcome to all of you. And find out where we're at. Okay, so first up, we've got Franz Schack. So welcome, Franz. Good to see you again. And some paperwork to hand around, that's all good. You know how to use the microphone, I think, the button on the right. Yes, that right. Yep, that's it. Good.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, everybody here. My name is Franz Schluck, and I represent a group of landowners in Wainakirua and Hamden whose properties are affected by the Wahi Tupuna or sites and areas of significance to Maori overlays as are currently proposed in the draft district plan. These SESM overlays are proposed to be applied over our properties in a blanket fashion without any justification, and even includes our homes. Council's own draft plan promotional video demonstrated this application is a desire by Aokaha and Ngātahu to, quote, manage and control, unquote, fast tracks of private properties. Our main concerns around the application of these overlays are summarised in two categories. One is the loss of our right and freedom to determine who comes onto our private property and what is carried out on it, and the loss of rights and freedom we are entitled to as holders of our freehold status properties. During the draft proposed review subcommittee meeting held on the 5th of December last, 3 resolutions were passed that contained recommendation the committee made to you as councillors and council that are now before you to either accept or reject as part of the draft district plan. Number 1. The committee recommends the council amends the SESM objective 1 to read: the Rakatira Taka of Mana Whenua over their significant sites and area is recognised, and they are able to exercise kaitia ki taka within the SESM overlay with the proviso that where access is provided for this purpose, it will be by agreement with landowners. Number 2. The committee recommends the council amends the SESM objective number 5 to read: Mana Whenua are able to access Wahi Tupuna for customary purposes and are able to use Mahika Kai resources in accordance with tikaka as provided for in treaty settlements and otherwise by mutual agreement with landowners. Simply put, if you accept these 2 recommendations, it addresses our first key concern, as it will be clear that landowners will retain their right to determine who enters their private property and whatever is carried out on it. Resolution number 3, the committee recommends the council amend SESM rule number 4 to read that the requirement to invoke iwi consultation in relation to earthworks on residential and settlement area sites within the SESM overlays is triggered if the earthworks exceeds 1,000 square meters and or a 3-meter cut, and the work involves on land with a slope greater than 35 degrees. Accepting this recommendation will set resource consent for minor earthworks on most residential properties to the default as it is set out for non-SESM areas in the draft plan. This will go a significant way towards private property owners retaining their rights under the freehold status of their properties and remove the uncertainty in terms of costs and delays caused by Aokaha, Ngātahu, or the Ranaka's proposed compulsory involvement as is suggested in the draft plan. We need to talk about the Trespass Act 1980 because during discussions within the committee meetings, a lot has been made out by council's planning staff of the protection the Trespass Act provides to private property owners against non-consented access to their properties. In fact, this act does not prevent anyone accessing private property. On the contrary, the way this act is constructed, it actually provides access to private properties, and only by specific actions taken by landowners can access be denied, and in practical terms, only after access to private property has already been gained. This raises serious questions about our security and safety as the way the SESM objectives are proposed in the draft plan. Council supports Mana Whenua to exercise these SESM objectives 1 and 5 without any restrictions on timing, as in access during the day or any time during the night, numbers in terms of people coming onto our properties, consent or non-consent of landowners, the actual nature of what customer purposes actually includes, or whether landowners are actually present on their properties to invoke the Trespass Act 1980 and deny access to their property if they desire to do so. In practical terms, in his summary, resolutions 1 and 2 address the shortcomings between the SESM objectives 1 and 5 and the Trespass Act of 1980. Council accepting these resolutions' recommendation will eliminate any misunderstanding and potential confrontations between landowners and Mana Whenua in regards to any perceived access by Mana Whenua to all areas covered by the SESM overlays, including private areas in our homes. Now, we are all aware that changes to the RMA legislation are being heralded by the current federal government, who has already laid emphasis on the concept of protection of private property rights. In our view, these 3 resolutions are in line with that concept. These 3 committee recommendations go some way addressing our key concerns. We urge you to accept these recommendations, which are in no small way driven by the overwhelming and repeated feedback to the committee members have received from concerned landowners in the past 13 months. The only thing I still want to add to this, if any of the councillors going to vote on the draft district plan and you have not made yourself or acquainted yourself with the Trespass Act 1980, you are in no position to vote on this plan. Thank you. Happy, any questions?
Thank you. Councillors, any questions? Hopkins?
Oh, Brian, thank you very much for the submission, and I note the point you make that the Trespass Act is reactive and that the moderation of the objectives is, if you like, general and proactive. If those resolutions that you have identified in this submission to us today are agreed, would you be willing to accept notification of the plan?
On the basis that the council is obliged to notify a plan, then yes. However, there is other areas of the plan that we would still make a submission on. But yes, I would support notification of the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thanks very much, friends.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I should have noted at the start too, we've got Councillor Thompson as an apology today. He had a funeral of a close friend that he needed to be at and unfortunately can't be here. So just to explain his absence. Next we have Sven Downing on behalf of the Waitaki Property Guardians.
First, I want to thank the DPRSC for their work in shaping this complex and immense book of rules. It's been eye-opening to see the limited power that a democratically elected authority has to influence something they're expected to vote for. Nevertheless, comparing the proposed plan against the original draft, there's been a lot of improvement, and it sort of leaves only a few issues, but these are issues that are critical for Waitaki's future. Taking a step back and looking at the overall plan, to what level is a 1,000-page rule book practical? The old one is close to 400 pages. And therefore, we support the recommendation to the council to subsidise private landowners during the consent process, where the private landowners are making sacrifices of their private property rights for the public good. Subsidising the consent process in that case should happen straight away, as voting in favour of the notification of the district plan today will cause the most contentious parts to take immediate legal effect on the notification date, and this causes some serious problems for landowners engaged in the consent process. Furthermore, the Section 32 analysis is incomplete. There's no cost-benefit analysis carried out over the most contentious parts. So therefore, what's the basis of proposing the plan? How many more consents are going to be required to be processed annually? What will be the cost of extra staff and office space for the council to be able to cope within timeframes for these consent applications? What will be the economic effects to the district from landowners having to pay for additional and unquantified consent costs? What's the scale of the benefit and who benefits? Ignoring whether something is of net benefit might be acceptable in the planning world, but in the real world, the ratepayers are tallying up the costs of these rules, while it appears mostly external consultants will be tallying up the benefits. The reason given by the planning staff to omit the cost benefit analysis is that the plan is too big. If council can't evaluate its own plan with all the skilled people in this building, then how is a landowner supposed to comply with it? Or how is any development to be properly budgeted? Most importantly, how is a councillor supposed to vote for it without understanding the economic consequences for the district? Because the costs to the district are clearly unknown, apart from the fact that they are significant across tens of thousands of hectares of both rural and urban land, and also land which has undergone tenure review, the remnants of which was supposed to be for development. Similarly, the broad scale overlay mapping captures a lot of land in the consenting regime, which makes the benefits questionable. The mapping of overlays was largely a desktop exercise, often assessed from the road, but where the map makers did visit the people who live in these places, inevitably the size of those overlays shrank. And that achieved a better balance between the protection of genuinely valuable areas while avoiding impact on productive parts of properties. But unfortunately, many landowners who requested such a visit never received one. So those landowners now have to spend thousands of their own dollars on experts to have those maps changed if this plan is notified with those proposed maps. And this mapping should have been done properly in the first place. If the maps aren't improved, there'll be an undue consent burden on tens of thousands of hectares across the district for which there's no special value. The maps should be fully consulted and ground truth with landowners before any vote to notify them, because they take immediate legal effect on the notification date. Similarly to the lack of cost benefit analysis, the lack of accurate mapping prior to the notification was because the job is considered too big. So again, what sort of plan is being proposed here if the council, one of the biggest organisations in the district, can't afford to pay external consultants to interpret and improve their own rules? If you decide to notify this plan today, that cost will have to be paid by individual landowners. That's why we've formed the Waitaki Property Guardians Incorporated. So landowners and residents who are concerned about eroding property rights can join our organisation and split the costs of submitting on the plan. To be clear, we do support protecting the special places in this district. But those protections don't need to apply to residential or productive land, where if these values ever existed, they've already been long lost to historic development. If people must be asking for consent to be productive on their land, then there should be known upfront costs and timelines set by council. A service level agreement hasn't been made available to the public, who'll have to pay the bill for consultants who have a monopoly. If the draft service level agreement hasn't at least been made available to councillors in private ahead of this vote to verify time and cost restraints, and please don't sign ratepayers up to pay a blank cheque with long delays in consenting as experienced elsewhere, particularly since it does take immediate legal effect on the notification. So learn the lessons from other councils where backlogs in consenting have been created by a lack of defined time and cost when awaiting consultant advice for consent. And while the plan's much improved, there are some serious unknowns. I just point out there's no timeline or deadline when this plan has to be notified, but the clock does start ticking once you vote for it to be proposed. This plan is literally what you're proposing to be the rules. We fully understand the plan can be further tweaked once notified, but in our view, too many important details still remain. If you're not happy with this plan, then don't accept it to become the rules, because while it appears elected members have little power to shape the rules, you certainly have the power to prevent the notification of this flawed plan by voting against it until those with the power fix it.
Thank you, Sven. Any questions apart from? No, we'll go to you first, Councillor Hopkins.
Thanks, Mikucha. Sven, you talked about contentious aspects having immediate effect, noting also that you said the plan is much improved from what it was. Just what have you identified as those contentious aspects that will have immediate effect, please?
Primarily the sites and areas of significance to Maori chapter, and not so much the chapter itself and the rules, but the mapping overlays. There's been, I think, I'd estimate out of 30 landowners that I work directly with, 2 now satisfied after the minor changes, and the rest have are certainly not happy. There's also some landscape issues outstanding. You've got a lot of overlays over the parcel on which the Oamaru Stone Quarry sits, for example. So there's quite a lot of things that will need further refinement. I guess part of the problem is particularly with the SASM chapter, the requirement to hire experts to have an authoritative impact on the plan during the notification stage, and those experts in that case aren't available. Whereas at least in some of the other chapters, you can there is a market out there that you can go to hire some experts that might be at tens of thousands of dollars cost, but it is at least possible. Whereas with the SASM chapter, it's not possible.
If I may supplementary to that, if that mapping aspect of the SASM chapter in particular, which you've identified as your key concern, or key concern of a number of the people that you represent, if that chapter were not to take immediate effect, would you be more, would that influence your decision or your attitude at all?
It would be helpful in the short term, because I'm aware of at least one landowner who's currently having to purchase advice from Okaha, the monopoly consultant on these matters. They're also in the position of having to submit against Okaha at the same time. that won't change because the consent in this case is a regional council consent. So there'll be some benefit because if somebody was applying for a district council consent, they wouldn't have to simultaneously purchase an opinion from Ōkaha while submitting against them. So you'd have that small improvement, but I don't think it'd change the lack of ability to get some a market of professionals that we could call on during the notification stage.
Is that because and we might need some advice on this matter from Mr. Cook and Mr. Campbell later. You make the point, and I'll be honest with you, it hadn't occurred to me previously, but Ōkaha is a monopoly provider because, of course, they're Ngāi Tahu's planning consultancy, and given that Ngāi Tahu are mana whenua, they are entitled to assert that they have expertise that other Maori consultancies may not have. But I'm just wondering, given that the Act refers to sites and areas of significance to Maori, whether Ngāi Tahu would in law, whether the matter to be tested, be able to assert that they and they alone can speak on behalf of, well, they can certainly speak on behalf of mana whenua, but they can't necessarily speak with absolute expertise on behalf of Maori more generally, would you say, or not?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't know, to be honest, Jim. And I'm not wishing to be critical of Ōkaha or Ngāi Tahu, but probably my point more is that within the district plan, which is within the control of council, perhaps there's an established process or method under the RMA where the council would perhaps define a suitably qualified person, whereby any person could go and undertake a course of study and gain some experience and be able to provide the feedback, and thereby removing the conflict of interest that Ōkaha currently has by drafting the plan and then, or helping with the drafting of the plan and then also advising on it and then also providing advice to people applying for consents. There's it might be another way of doing things, and we'll certainly be submitting to that effect later at a later date.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Thanks very much, Sven.
Thank you.
No, Councillor.
Just curious, have you done any sort of desktop exercise of what cost face for farmers, landowners on the previous plan, what the increase could be on this new one?
Yeah, I've actually got some actual costs. I haven't raised them before because I can't reference them for privacy reasons, but I know one actual land sale. I worked for a farmer. I mapped how many hectares of a farm that was for sale was under the draft SASM. When he was working out what he wanted to pay for the farm, he discounted that by $2,000 a hectare. I forget the exact amount over how many hectares it was. It was amounted to about $80,000 worth. And then he was the third highest bidder. The bank knocked back the two highest bidders and he ended up buying the farm. I think it's fair to say that was probably the difference. And there's also just the increased consenting in general. One consent these days is going to knock you back about 10K thereabouts, because this overlay will also cross over into regional council consents. They'll take it into account as well. There's other costs as well, obviously. The cost of deciding whether to do something or not, sometimes simply just the unknown, or the fact you need a consent in the first place, can prevent a lot of activities on land in general, when people need to be agile to change their business to reflect whatever's happening in the market around the world at the time, because we are talking about fairly long-term plan here. Who knows what's going to need to happen in the future. Yeah, so those are probably some of the costs I can envisage off the top of my head. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Right, next we got Otto Dogtrim, representing food farmers, I believe. So welcome, Otto.
Thank you. Nicole.
Yeah, just press that. That's the last one.
Yeah, thank you. Thank the council for the opportunity to comment on the proposed district plan on behalf of Federated Farmers North Otago and the rural communities. We acknowledge the time and effort which has been put in development of the plan. It's a bit better than what 12 months ago, but in our opinion, it's still not fit for purpose. With the current mapping chapter, the way it is, it creates lots of uncertainty and extra compliance without being clearly where the benefits for our districts and its populations are. There hasn't been a proper Section 32 economic analysis done, and what negative economic impact the plan could have on rural development in our district. It has been very frustrating for us to see the inability of elected members of our community to change the form of the plan, and that outside experts and pressure groups have more influence than our own citizens on the plan. With the change of the RMA before the end of the year, we think it would be advisable to proceed with the plan, but without the mapping chapters. Hang on. No, it doesn't go the way it is. I hope in the future there's going to be a more clear direction from the council to staff what the expectations and directions of certain tasks are, so to avoid unnecessary spending, but does not benefit the district and its ratepayers, but appeases interest from outside the district. The focus got to be on Waitaki first from our point of view. So yeah, hopefully, we can make a bit of a change, but things anyhow. That's the opinion from Feds. So I don't know if there are any questions or not.
Yeah, thank you, Otto. Do we have any questions? Councillor Hopkins.
Well, thank you, and thank you for being involved throughout the process. And I'm sure Federated Farmers will have advised you that inevitably, ultimately, all of these documents are required to be considered through notification and submission. But I just want to be very clear. I thought I heard you say that given the situation that exists, you would support notification of the plan, but without the mapping.
Yeah.
You did say that. Thank you very much. Tom.
No.
Okay.
Anything else?
No. Thank you very much. Right, councillors, if we go to the thank you. Go to the reports now and hand over to Mr. Campbell. David. Oh, Roger. Yeah, sorry. David was reaching for the mic. I thought he was going.
Well, we're probably going to have perhaps 3 introductions to this. I will go first. I think the Chief Executive may want to add comment, and then David, our planning manager. So we're actually excited to be at this point. It's been a very long time in the making, this plan, as many of you know, and as the paper outlines. The complete draft district plan comprises of 175 pieces of documentation, which have now been through the DPRSC over the last 13 months or so. It does represent a significant investment by council. It meets the legislation, and the process going forward is agile enough to accommodate any future legislative change. And we now bring it to you today to seek your approval to proceed to notification.
Mr. Palmer.
Yeah, just to add to that, I mean, under the Resource Management Act, you're required to have a plan and an up-to-date plan, so you're required to review it periodically. But district plans are challenging. They are a creature of statute, requiring councils to agree rules on the use of land that give effect to laws made in Parliament, not here. And that is a challenging issue. Yeah, they do rely heavily on expert opinion, which can sometimes feel like it overrides community views and feelings. That is the process that is given to us, not the process that we've decided on. And anything that imposes rules on land use is controversial. and has an impact on a small number of people, but a significant number of people in terms of our district and the value they generate for our economy. But we need to recognise that given the concerns expressed in the community, this council took additional time out to hear those concerns and try and adjust those rules. The plan, as I mentioned earlier on in my report, was meant to be notified a year ago on the timetable, but you decided you want to take more time to listen to those concerns and trying to resolve those concerns. And I think that's been a process of heavy engagement and listening to a lot of views out there in the community and putting that alongside the expert opinion. But we're not at the end of this process, and I think we need to recognise this. This is another staging post in the process, and should it be approved today, then it goes to the public submission process. So there is a further opportunity for people to have their say on that. And we need to recognise as well that the council will be supporting those who want to submit during that process. And I think that's an important part of that, to make sure that people's voices are heard in that process that's given to us by Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor Kircher. Also thanks to Alex and Roger for those comments as well. I'd first like to thank those that spoke at the public forum and have spoken and appeared to the various district plan review subcommittee meetings, have been involved in rural reference group discussions and provided feedback right throughout the process. It has been long, arduous, and often can seem like you're not getting somewhere when things aren't changed. So it's just, I guess, the nature of process we're in. And again, that if it's notified, there's still that kind of similar thing where you turn up to submit, there's hearings, decisions, potentially appeals if things still aren't resolved. So it can be a frustrating process. I've been through it before. I've seen how it's played out, and it can seem quite frustrating for those that want to get involved, want to create change, that it may not happen for some of those reasons our CE mentioned. Before we look at the report, I'd just also like to thank those that have been involved from early days in the review. So it kicked off 10 years ago. So I'd like to pass on thanks to the previous staff who were involved in, including Richard Sutherland, Mike Searle, Peter Klusterman, Anna McKenzie, Hamish Burrell, Heather Bocock, Rachel Basson, Caitlin Parsons, Mark Smith, Katrina Clark, Max Crow, Jane Burrell, Zara Murphy, and also to our governance advisor Ainsley for helping coordinate a lot of the discussions and meetings. And also former councillor Mel Tevendale, who was chaired the committee at the time that was involved in that review and helped with some of the consultation material a couple of years ago. There are others there I've obviously missed, but there was quite a number of staff and obviously previous elected members involved as well in that review phase. We've also had, I guess, the expertise of others, both our local runanga through Okaha, the experts that others have cited with landscape heritage, etc. And they have become quite accustomed to what the district has in terms of its wonderful resources, and that tension between looking after those and enabling economic development is a difficult one. So in terms of the report in front of you today, I'm going to go through it in detail. It's been pre-circulated, but perhaps important focus is around the kind of future that's in front of us with the resource management reform that various people have talked about already. So on page 433, I've given a wee bit of a summary there in terms of what's coming up. And probably one of the important things to note is that when particularly central government makes changes, that's most common that those changes will trump whatever is in our district plan. We have national direction now that basically overrides the plan. So whether it's national direction on contaminated soil, our electricity transmission, those type of things, they come and override the plan provisions anyway. Where changes are required to our plan because of any change in national direction, there is usually a process by which we do that very efficiently. It does not always involve a dedicated plan change. An example I can think going back a year or two was when the parking standards got dropped. So we just went through and deleted them out of the plan. There was no sort of formal process that people had to submit or get involved in. So it is quite rare that when a national direction changes that we have to actually go and re-consult on that through a plan change process. Generally, it's enacted so that it can just come in, take effect immediately, or direct that councils change their plan immediately. So that's quite an important point, I think, because we know that there is a lot coming. It's signalled in the report. And yeah, we expect that over time, what might be in this plan as proposed may or may not be needed in the future. The other thing too that I've highlighted there is that the regional plan and spatial planning has been signalled as part of the third phase of RM reform. This takes us almost back to the previous government's proposal for a similar model. And if that comes to fruition, then we will be inputting into both the Canterbury and Otago regional plan. And that will do the planning for each part of the district affected. Those rules will be written and decided upon wider than this district. So it'll be at a regional level. We'll probably have some sort of input, how that's evolved and just set up in terms of a structure is yet to be known, but we would hope to at least have some representation from the council. So I guess that kind of means that whatever we've got in place will eventually be replaced by a regional planning framework. So whether it's continuation of our current operative plan or a proposed plan that's through the process, that will, I guess, be overtaken by this regional plan. The report also goes through and addresses some of the previous resolutions of the subcommittee, makes changes where we've been able to. It notes the changes to the heritage schedule that was directed by the subcommittee in terms of the landowner agreements. It was around a dozen or so removed there. And there's a tweak to the Mariki hazard map, which is a sort of minor correction matter. There is some further discussion and recommendations in terms of some of those HASM provisions that came out of the recent district plan review subcommittee. So happy to go through any of those some more detailed things when we get to them. But yeah, it's just a wrap up really of some of those previous outstanding resolutions, as well as the main recommendation to approve the plan for notification. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. So just a reminder, we've got a bit under 45 minutes left of the allocated time for this, and we've still got a number of other agenda items to get through, so we'll see how we get on. I don't want to cut things short, but equally we need to be as succinct and to the point as possible. With that in mind, we'll go to Councillor McCone and then Councillor Hopkins. Oh, I thought you had your hand up, sorry.
But really two questions. Perhaps to Mr. Cook or Mr. Palmley. There are a number of resolutions from the recommendations from the subcommittee, the District Plan Review Subcommittee to the council, some of which have been referred to in submissions today. I take it there will be an opportunity. I notice if these matters are not included in the recommendation on page 429, but am I to understand that we will have an opportunity to vote on those if we choose, either collectively or separately if there are ones that we wish to debate, and that they would be incorporated within the, if you like, the body of the resolution on pages 4 to 9 and 430. That's question number one.
Yep.
Yes, if the changes are made to those, I guess, lower order, well, I guess the first resolutions, they would be incorporated into the plan if it is approved. Yeah.
My second question in relation to the submission today from Sven Fielding representing the Waitaki Guardians. Is it your understanding that the SASM chapter on mapping would take immediate effect? And is that a result of what we requested of the Environment Court? And if it is the latter, could we request the Environment Court to revisit that particular component of the immediate effects decision?
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. So the SASM matters and other historic heritage matters are a default immediate legal effect provision in the Act. So that was not sought by the Environment Court decision.
Are we obliged as to follow it, or can we actually notify without those default provisions having immediate effect?
You're obliged to follow the Act in terms of the provisions that would have immediate legal effect. If the plan didn't contain any such provisions, then they obviously wouldn't kick in.
So, sorry, just need to be clear. What do you mean by provisions? In this instance, we're talking about mapping and chapter. Are you suggesting that if the notified plan didn't have that mapping and that chapter in it, the default provision wouldn't apply?
Yes, that's correct. So only a provision can have effect if it is actually in the plan. So if various things are not listed in the plan or identified, then they obviously can't be given immediate legal effect because they don't exist.
Thank you. Councillor McCone.
Yeah, look, I've got a written thing here, so I'm prepared to read that out if you've got the patience. But firstly, thank you.
We're going for questions at the moment. If you want to make a statement, we wait for the debate.
Right, we'll make a statement later on.
Yeah, thank you very much. So questions, councillors. Councillor Holding. Councillor Holding.
Just some of the information that we're being presented today in Sven's email, I know it's been a pretty expensive process to date with the ratepayer, but what a point in there would the community know to what degree they might be subsidising consents or landowners, like the cost, some of the cost things that have been raised in here? Do we have an idea of that?
Yeah, so we have a heritage policy at the moment that covers off a fee waiver for resource consents needed for heritage matters, where that contributes to looking after the heritage building. So if we followed that approach, there could be a similar framework set up for where consent's needed to do something that might look after a landscape biodiversity values. So you could have the similar approach. The subcommittee did recommend that be a matter to go into the LTP for consideration as a budget item, because we'd have to work out what that potential cost or fee waiver may be. We obviously do have the biodiversity fund, which promotes certain things in terms of biodiversity outcomes. But yeah, in terms of the service level agreement, we have got a draft that we can prepare and send through to Ōkaha if the plan's notified. We didn't want to jump the gun and get that all set up until we knew that it would be going ahead. And again, that was specified, time and cost elements.
So is that service level or service contract with Ōkaha, is that basically, would that make us a contributing council, which the other councils in Otago are and we currently aren't? Or is it just a simple contract?
Yep, I might also ask Alex to comment, but it's around the service level for dealing with consents and potentially plan advice, that type of thing. But it wouldn't, if it's wider than that in terms of all of council, that would pick up the second part of your question around contributing.
Mr. Palmer, you have anything to add? Okay. I think it needs to be a consideration. We have had a request from them that if it actually improves, so the resourcing there and consequently the service to us, it would be handy to investigate that. Mr. Cook and then Councillor Cowles.
Thank you. In connection with Councillor Hopkins' earlier question around the SASM rules and chapter and mapping, I think there's a point of clarification which David should just address around whether the plan would be legal if we left it out.
Yeah, I guess there's a test there. Does it meet the section 6 matters, section 6, 7 and 8 matters? If some of that was excluded, that would potentially open us up for challenge that would notify a plan that doesn't give effect to all of the RMA, only part of it.
If there was a signal that that was just delayed and it was coming, do you think that would make any difference?
I guess would depend on how much of a delay it would be and what any changes might be. We've already heard from Okaha that they will engage when it's notified so they can provide further input. They're resourced to deal with all these notified plans, policies, etc. So that's where they put their energy, because that's statutorily a requirement that they do get involved, follow those timeframes. So they have to balance out getting involved in things that do have a statutory timeframe and response time, such as a notified plan or notified consents. Where it's a draft plan, they have given us advice when they can fit that in. And that's the pressure point for them, is they've got so many things they're responding to under statute RMA process that they've got to kind of prioritise where they put their effort so that they can respond to consents when we can, that type of thing.
Thank you. Councillor Cowles.
Thank you. A couple of quick questions. That one's just brought up another question quickly. I understand some councils have notified chapter by chapter. Is that correct? So you don't have to notify everything at once. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, that's correct. So some of our neighbours have done a rolling plan review, and they've been clear from the outset that this is the kind of schedule and program of what chapters are coming up, so people can see, when to get involved. They might not be interested in one or two chapters initially, but down the track they can see there's chapters that might affect them, they would get involved in.
And sorry, supplementary to that, I just got a question around, I guess, we've spoken about some of the changes that are coming in legislatively from central government. And I think I've sort of asked the question before, and you touched on it before, saying that you don't see a lot of consultation, but how sure can we be as to how much would we have to go back to consultation or those sorts of things? Is that a pretty much a given that we won't, or is how firm are we on that? Because if we've got to go back to another round of consultation and these sorts of things, it does drag this plan out even further, no matter what, to some degree. And it adds another level of complexity. So I'm just wondering how sure you would be as to whether we are going to have to consult again once the new changes may come in. I know that's a difficult one because we haven't seen the Act in its entirety, but I guess there's a reasonable steer coming back from what this is going to look like.
Thank you, Councillor Cowles. It is a good point. As I mentioned in the report, they're talking about changing 14 existing national instruments, so they're already in place now, and that wouldn't really involve changing the plan because they're already in effect. And they're talking about 7 new instruments, things around infrastructure, the minor residential units, which we've already submitted on, natural hazards management. So again, that would be kind of implemented because it's hazards related. To date, what we've observed with the existing standards and national direction is that you basically are overridden by them. You give effect to them. Applicants, landowners have to abide by them, whether it's contaminated land or electricity transmission, that type of thing. So we don't effectively have to change anything. I don't imagine this current government will want to introduce subsequent processes to local government as a result of this. They're wanting to get on and change things in a hurry. The amendment bill's just been released that includes some more streamlined provisions for this sort of thing as well. So that's reassuring to see that they are looking at that for helping speed up any changes we have to make. That also includes changes to help the process to list and delist heritage items, which has been quite clunky and slow through a planned process. So that's been signalled already with the bill we've just seen this month released. So I think it's quite a clear steer from central government that they're trying to really streamline that process across the board.
Thank you. Just a reminder, we've got about 30 minutes of our scheduled time left, so we'll see how we keep going. We've got Mr. Cook and then Councillor Blackburn and then Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you. Just in connection to Councillor Cole's question around chapter by chapter option, I do want to remind the members that the plan was initiated as a full plan review. The chapters are written as an integrated document. If you did decide to go for chapter by chapter or blocks of chapters, that would be a reasonable amount of rework for this to undertake to separate out those interconnections between the current plan and what is moving forward through the new process.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that with respect to the contents of this report, page 434, subcommittee resolutions, and how they fit into the overall recommendations on 429 today, and how we intend to work through that. But with respect to the service agreement with Okaha, Mr. Campbell, I was wondering if you could share with us the reasons for not distributing or making that draft document available to the at least the subcommittee to this point. And to my knowledge, this is the first I've at least understood that we have a draft in the background. And I was wondering, has this document been collaboratively developed? And I guess maybe you could touch on some of the high level details or obligations that that would be built into that service level agreement. And then one final question. I'd just invite you, Mr. Campbell, to make some commentary around some of the suggestions that were put forward in the public forum. I'd be interested to hear any commentary you had around suggestions to exclude maps, for example, or the conjecture around the role that the Trespass Act provisions that are currently embedded within our chapter are supposedly offering in terms of their protective mechanisms.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. I might come back to you on that last question for clarification, but effectively the resolutions have been responded to in the report. So where we have got to a point where we can suggest changes there in the resolutions at the start. In terms of the service level agreement, it is an example based on an agreement of a council further north and a different iwi consultation agency. So it has, I guess, the standard things around response times, that type of thing. It is an operational matter, so we're not really in a position to share it at this stage. But if it is agreed to down the track, relying on the plan being notified, then we can make it available once it's agreed to with all parties. But at this stage, it's modelled off another agreement further north. They would have gone through a similar process to iron out those sort of details around timeframes, costs, that type of thing. I just might ask you to repeat the last question you had, Councillor Waitaki.
Yeah, sure. Just before I do that, just supplementary regarding the service level agreement. What, I guess when you talk about required timeframes for response, etc., what are the ramifications? Say if, let's play out that Okaha is unable to deliver on some of these requirements on the service level agreement due to a high workload or whatever. Where does the issue fall there then for the property owner who's trying to work through a process? Does the opportunity for input then lapse, or does the consent activity get held up, or how does that kind of look in real terms? And then around the question that you were asking for confirmation on, the or maybe you could answer that and then I'll just quickly give that to you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Councillor Blackler. I guess it comes down to what terms each party is happy to accept. So if there's a no response within a certain time, Ōkaha would have to be happy that the consent could proceed without their advice. So that's the risk they have to take and be resourced to respond in that time frame. So again, it's nothing out that detail of the SLA.
Okay, thank you. And then just, in the public forum, there was some questions around or some suggestions that today we should be possibly progressing the map. Progressing the plan by, but while excluding, for example, say the SASM chapter or the mapping overlays. And then there was also the suggestion that within the SASM chapter, for example, the commentary that somewhere embedded within that chapter that says the rules of the Trespass Act apply, has been suggested during the public forum that is not satisfactory. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to comment from a planning perspective on all three of those matters and what consequences they could have if we followed any of those suggested approaches.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Blackler. So I guess we've almost covered that off a little bit in response to Councillor Hopkins' query about the SASM chapter and mapping being excluded. So we've still got those basic RMA obligations. In terms of the trespass aspect, we have sought to include that in the additional wording in the SASM chapter that covers all of the chapter provisions, which talks about access being by mutual agreement, rather than put it in the objective itself. So it's broader than just that objective. And yeah, there was another suggestion around the threshold for earthworks, which we have had some feedback on from Ōkaha, to change it from the area threshold to the maximum cut depth and fill height threshold, which is 1.5 metres. So it would mean that a lot more consents would not need consultation with Ōkaha unless they do have that greater cut and depth. So they were happy to change that. We did notice that the 35-degree slope angle was quite steep and would hardly be invoked, I think, just on the quick desktop analysis in those locations. But yeah, the cut and depth one did represent a bit of a shift from what we had originally.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins. So actually, my question does relate to that. The recommendation or the resolution passed by the DPR committee, I think on the 12th of December, was also read out today. Requirement to invoke EB consultation in relation to earthworks on residential and settlement sites is triggered if the earthworks exceed 1,000 square metres and or a 3-metre cut, and the work involves land with a slope greater than 35 degrees. You're proposing, or resolution 4, seems to remove the previously contentious 300 square metre limit, and only relates to a maximum cut depth plus earthworks within 20 metres of water body, which I don't think would apply on the Cape. But can you clarify what 4 means and what it might mean for people with expertise in development, and whether it is likely that people with expertise in development, since we place such credence on expertise, would people with expertise in development think that was a suitable solution?
Again, it depends on the nature of the site. So if a lot of excavation was required in terms of depth or cut at any one point, it would be triggered. There are ways of stepping and benching sites that you don't necessarily trigger those 1.5, but yeah, it's trying to sort of reach a bit of a balance there in terms of taking out the area threshold, which would cover a lot more sites than just the cut and fill one. So in my opinion, it would reduce the need to consult as much with Ōkaha.
So there's no 300 square metre trigger, but there is a 1.5 metre trigger as against 3. So on what basis does Ōkaha claim expertise in development that justifies them to say it's 1.5 rather than a developer with expertise saying it should be 3?
Yeah, I don't think Ōkaha are claiming development expertise. They're saying that when a certain depth is reached, there's more likely chance of excavating material that's of interest to them. So, yeah, going 3 meters is quite a deep hole versus 1.5. Yeah.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions? Okay. Do we have anyone wanting to move anything?
Subject to assurances that we're going to have a chance to vote on the other recommendations from the subcommittee to the council, and that they will be incorporated in any decision of the portmanteau nature that is implied on pages 429 and 430. For the purposes of discussion and to move the process along, I will move recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Harder-Daly, thank you. All right, discussion on that. I do want to just read an email that the chair of DPR subcommittee, Jim Thompson, sent me. Please accept my apologies for my non-attendance at today's council meeting. I just wanted to put my support for the notification of our district plan on the record. Yes, the process has been tortuously long. There are issues which on reflection could have done better, but we need to realise notification is not the end, but rather the beginning. The current RMA process is designed to allow change and compromise through the submission and hearings process, and we also have central government signalling change. So I'd suggest that the decision today is not viewed as one of finality, but rather another step along the way. So that's that particular statement. So obviously, Councillor Thompson's been very involved with this and probably followed it. Probably our two Jims have followed it most closely, and just acknowledge the work that they have put into this. And I guess the challenges along the way around trying to come to grips with what we can change and what we can't at this stage, but can in the notification and submission process. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to get a bit of clarification on process for electing members, because I've heard a few questions about the resolutions of the subcommittee that are listed separately here, but I'm not sure that the committee is clear, or also the council's clear on how those are to be dealt with. So is it that those are going to be dealt with separately after, or is the assumption that, in agreeing to notify the plan, all those recommendations have been incorporated into the proposed district plan for notification?
Good point. Do we have a response?
If I may speak to that, I would be very happy for the latter to be the case, provided members have an opportunity to raise individual resolutions by exception should they have concerns about them. And I would flag that in the supplementary agenda we've received, which was I think of 29 or 39 pages. There are some resolutions in there that I believe actually require clarification or amplification. So as long as there's an opportunity to just briefly visit those. If councillors were happy to treat the rest as part of this resolution, accept it where they wish to contest a DPR subcommittee recommendation, I personally as mover would be very happy.
And I asked the question because I understand the team have made amendments to the plan as the subcommittee has agreed it, so that the plan that is attached to the reports has been modified to reflect these resolutions. So therefore, it suggests that, yeah, there needs to be a discussion by exception if they're not to be agreed. And that if, there are no exceptions, then in agreeing to notify, if that's what you chose to do, all those resolutions of the DPR subcommittee are reflected in that notified plan.
Thank you. Just raises the question, were all of the resolutions from this, recommendations from the subcommittee quite clear in their intent?
Yes, and where we've, as I mentioned at the start, we've included those in this report where there was further work to be done, and that's been brought back to this meeting to round that out. They were the only outstanding ones in terms of, I guess, items left on the table or suggested changes as we've gone through.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hopkins, you want to speak to the motion?
Well, I do, but I also, based on what Mr. Pumley has said and based on the silence, which I will infer is consent from colleagues, I would like, by implementing the process of exception, Resolution DPRSC 2023-069 on page 434, based on the officer's report in relation to the 100 square metre setback for exotic planting forestry, and using that as their rationale for not exempting any of the identified SNAs in the draft district plan already covered by a QE2 covenant. I would actually move an amended DPRSC 2023-069 that council agrees that any identified SNAs in the draft district plan already covered by QE2 covenants be removed from the schedule.
Thank you. Do we have are you making that part of your substantive motion?
Yes, I'm happy to do that if the seconder is happy for it to be part of it. I also looked at it. I've got one, two, at least two motions arising from what's in the supplementary agenda, but perhaps let's cover that later. Okay.
Yeah. So the seconder is okay with making that part of the substantive motion. So that's what we will be speaking to. Okay, Councillor McCain.
Look, contrary to popular belief, I'm not automatically anti everything that goes under this proposed district plan, and I'd also like to compliment staff on what they've done so far. They've created a process which has been complex, which is effectively a rule book, and I congratulate them on their time. But as you all know me, there is always a but. The most contentious issue with the most objectors concern the SASM's overlays and land use policies, which in my mind have been severely lacking in detail and helpful to those that are doing it. I know that the law is current and we're duty bound to abide by it. It must have a process and be applied for the betterment of the community first and foremost. We as governance and representatives of the ratepayers are being asked to follow process and then allow staff to interpret that process as required. This, in my mind, is so wrong. As a regulatory authority, you must have defined, signed off rules and regulations on all aspects, including legally definable lines on maps. It could not be, as it currently stands, the landowner's obligation to identify these at their own cost. After all, who drew the line on the map and applies the financial penalties should these lines be transgressed? We have, in my opinion, are letting our landowners down. This is not a motive, it is a fact, and will have long-reaching development and financial implications for this district. It has been said we cannot get 100% right for all, and I accept that totally, but I feel we can do a whole lot better. After all, we were elected to represent our district and ratepayers. A few of my concerns I have listed, but they are no mean all, but here are some as follows. The Section 32 reports are contentious and do not take into financial accountability and future economic impact. I quote the part of the Act as written in Section 22. An evaluation required by the Act, which is 32.1B2, assessing the efficiency and effectiveness of the provisions, and 31.1.C, contain a level of detail that corresponds to the scale and significance of the economic, environmental, social and cultural effects that are anticipated from the implementation of the proposal. 32.2A, identify and assess the benefits and costs of the environmental, economic, social and cultural effects that are anticipated from the implementation of the provisions, including the opportunities for economic growth that are anticipated to be provided or reduced, and employment which is anticipated to be provided and or reduced. Attachment 21 of the district plan in chapter 8, which describes the affected rezoned land uses and states, amongst other troubling commentary in the section 32 report, the scale of people affected by the proposed changes will generally be limited to current and future landowners. Secondly, the provisions could reduce development opportunities in some areas, and there will be increased compliance costs in some areas due to additional consent requirements. Given the assessment of the scale and proposed changes and significance of the proposed changes, it is considered that qualifying costs and benefits would add significant time and cost to the Section 32 evaluation process. Therefore, exact quantification of the benefits and costs in this report were not considered necessary, beneficial or practical. I find that totally insulting, and there's no great insurance in the regard in which there are approximately 240 odd affected landowning ratepayers in the rural sector are held. That flies in the face of a written letter from a leading rural banker regarding land values, and at no stage mentions the possible effects on the large portion of the district's rural economy that provides approximately 65% of the district's GDP and associated supporting town businesses. Certain properties still have not been ground truthed. Requests by landowners currently for information, and this is document, has at times been sketchy and difficult to obtain, including burning permits and documentation requests for mapping clarification. Where are the timeframe guarantees to consent applicants so they can continue with their business with minimal interruption, not months and years and more cost to their income and their business? There's already a cost to these affected in the submission process, and already there has been many to some currently. Do not forget, this is already rate funded, of which the objectors are ratepayers. They have employed at their own cost and time professional help to assist in the protection of their freehold land. As most are also self-employed, the hours spent by landowners defending themselves during their own working hours is a cost often ignored by those on salaries and calling daytime meetings. These ratepayers are paying twice. They're funding council's process of the RMA through a percentage of the rates they pay, and then having to give it their time themselves and or employ professional help to help defend themselves, which effectively they mean they're paying a minimum of twice. The cost to everybody to date has been huge. To get this far, why rush now? This will become a legal document and has a consent process and financial costs. And it's not the job of the regulator to make the rules financial costs, and it is the job of the regulator to make the rules in black and white. Not having the applicant having to fund interpretations which may vary from staff member to staff member over time. Verbal assurances, though rules and timelines will be done, do not hold water to a document of this magnitude that is a regulatory guide to the district for at least the next 10 to 20 years until the next plan is notified. The government has signalled change. Would it not be more cost effective to wait and see for the direction of which there have been some indications? It is a concern that once this gets notified and the rules may change dramatically, the cost of unravelling this could be compounded. We have to get this right. In my opinion, we haven't. There are too many unanswered questions. It has taken so long to get here at a tremendous cost. Why second guess government direction? This is not our ratepayers making, it's ours. So why start the clock ticking now? And what is a couple of months to get all the facts and rules on the table? I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, John.
One would hope you actually know there wouldn't be a couple of months to try and get this perfect. Councillor Cowles and then Councillor Percival.
I think Mayor Kircher.
Before I begin, I want to acknowledge the significant amount of work that's gone into the preparation of the district plan, the efforts of our staff, the district plan subcommittee and everyone involved. I do understand it's been immense, and the dedication to producing a plan that serves our communities should be commended. Today we're tasked with the decision to make on whether to notify a district plan. I would like to share my perspective on this. As council, we often face contentious issues where we encourage ratepayers to engage with lobby central government for change. In this case, I believe the outcomes of the advocacy has been effective. The central government has signalled proposed changes that could address some of the concerns raised, including but not exclusively by our rural communities. However, the timing has not allowed for these changes to be realised as yet. With both a business and community outcome lens on this decision, I cannot see how notifying the plan at this stage is beneficial. I understand there may be a view that there's not much reconsultation will be required. However, in my opinion, such areas such as SASMs, SNLs, ONLs, and the impacts of property owners' rights, I personally struggle to understand how these changes could simply come into effect with without landowner consultation and engagement. These are significant matters that deserve time for further discussion, transparency, and clarity. Additionally, it's clear to me that providing space and time for the new legislation to come into effect would ensure we avoid unnecessary costs to our entire rate base. Further, it will prevent those affected from possibly having to endure another round of engagement submissions and potentially hearings, which would add to the time and expense of this process. I feel that the Section 32 analysis has not been done to a standard that provides clear economic impacts of the plan. This lack of clarity makes it difficult for me to justify progressing with notification when the full economic implications of our district are not adequately understood. Given the plan, additional time will allow any remaining engagement or mapping concerns to be addressed and resolved to ensure the financial outcome is robust and comprehensive as possible. I'm sure that the basis of the work that has been done so far is a great foundation for us to move forward. But for me, it's not a reflection on the excellent work that has been carried out. This work won't be lost. It will instead form the foundation for a plan that aligns more effectively with the legislative environment. For those reasons, I cannot support the motion today. Thank you.
Councillor Percival.
Well, I've got to agree with both John and Brent, but just for my penny's worth, to me, parts of the document do not adapt to the well-being and welfare, agricultural development and progress, financial improvement and security of our rural community, who are, regardless of anyone's opinion, the backbone of our district's economy. Therefore, I will not support this going forward. Okay? Thank you.
You have a question? No, you can ask a question.
Just some of the things that have been raised around the 32 analysis and economic, and what can that be done, or why hasn't it been done, or is there still time to do that, or is it just too big an exercise? Just still trying to get my head around the other hidden costs that have been raised.
Thank you, Councillor Holding. So the Section 32 analysis at a district-wide level is pitched the way it is because it is a huge thing across various overlays or zones. It's a bit different if you're doing one for a discrete plan change for a certain area or zoning. It can be boiled right down to that. Often we don't know what consents or activities may happen in the future that may be triggered in terms of a cost of a consent to a landowner. The land use may continue. There may be changes that in landscapes might be a solar farm. So there's obviously a huge, power benefit from that, but there's a huge cost in the landscape. So while the consent cost might be high, it has an impact on the landscape, but it has other sort of economic and infrastructure benefits. So until you know what those activities are down the line, it's quite hard to actually go, well, we know part of the area around Marama might stay intensive farming, depending on the land use, or it may go to solar panels, for instance. So it's kind of second guessing what some of those outcomes might be, but it's acknowledging that there is going to be a consent cost because of that overlay in particular. Noting that the provisions we are putting forward do allow for the farming and that to continue under the plan.
Sorry. Keep thinking in line, and we are notifying the plan twice the size. We talked about what about our own planning department? Have we got the capacity, or is it going to be? I haven't seen anything in the long term plan come through, so I'm just wondering if that's been factored in.
You know, we do realise that there'll be some double ups while the plan is going through, comparing to the operative plan as well. So there will be extra work there, but we are already prepared for that. You know, skilling up staff for what's coming in the future if it's approved. And obviously the E-plan is a tool there that helps all round dealing with those efficiencies.
We are coming to you, Councillor Blacklow. Just got Mr. Cook first.
Thank you. I do just want to confirm that the Section 32 analysis reports have been prepared based on the Ministry for the Environment guidelines, which is 102 pages of guidance. I'll read you just one line. Section 32 does not require full monetarised cost-benefit analysis.
Thank you. Councillor Blacklow.
Oh, thank you. Look, speaking in favour of the recommendations today, I want to emphasise these aspects ranging right through from medium density lot size and the associated standards through to the pragmatism of rules and sensitive and rural overlays, and also the extent of those overlays altogether that are of some concern to me. But we have to remember and acknowledge the draft process up until this stage was mainly a voluntary one on the council's part, and has resulted in additional consultation and engagement with community, I think, for the better, not always landing where people may or may not wish, but I do congratulate the earlier council and team on taking that path initially, rather than just bringing the plan out at proposed. I take on board Mr. Thowning's comments regarding the complexity introduced by Okaha as a monopoly, and also the challenges around no understanding of the service level expectations, and I do believe it's a matter that does need addressed. I also agree that the Section 32 analyses are light on the economic impact. They tend to speak at a district level rather than affected party level, but counter to that, I guess, existing use rights probably go some way to offset against some of the concerns in that space, and also the associated changes that have been implemented around the definitions. I think there are some protective mechanisms and changes to the rules in the plan that's being proposed that will add value to our district and to those who are and also aren't fortunate enough to be landowners. I think today we've heard primarily about concerns of a specific cohort within our community, but the plan's not just for landowners, and there are changes coming down the line that will slot in as part of this from central government, that will result in further refinement and improvement on some of the concerns that have been expressed today. And I guess, unfortunately, through this process, in some cases, it will still result in introduced cost for landowners that are putting their case forward. So I do acknowledge that. But on the balance, I want to acknowledge Mr. Cook and Mr. Campbell and his team for their efforts to date. It's not an easy thing to undertake, such a momentous task, but there's no way all can be totally satisfied with whatever we progress. And within the constraints of the RMA and the limited ability of us as elected members to shape the outcomes, I think we just need to make a start.
Thank you, Tim. I'll say some words, and then Hannah is going to speak next, and then Councillor Hopkins will do his right of reply. This has gone through a long process, as someone mentioned, 10 years of process, and you know we have taken a couple of years longer to try and get some of these details sorted out to a more perfect level. I've come to the conclusion that we certainly won't have a perfect plan that we can notify. I don't even think we will have an almost excellent plan, but I think we have a good plan, at least with the bones that are there and the work that's been done refining all of that. It will need that submission process and cross submission process to get it as fine tuned as we can make it, and the panel will have some powers to do a lot more of that than what the DPR subcommittee and even council can do at this stage. We've got to be mindful that as much as we have ratepayers who we want to make sure this delivers for, there's also other organisations and people in our community as well that look at the other side around the environment, around conservation, and want to take things quite to the opposite end of that spectrum. If we get taken to court, as I've said before, I'd rather get taken to court by those people than by our productive sector and our ratepayers. But you know, this is where we need to get through this next stage. In that respect, I will support this going forward today, so that we can get that, and with the knowledge that as soon as the government gets off its backside and changes the legislation that controls a lot of these aspects of it around the overlays and SASMs, the sooner we can actually modify that and save ratepayers a lot of money, hopefully from what they would otherwise have to do with submissions. We are relying on the government to do that. So if there's a message to Minister Bishop, it is, you know, make those changes happen and make sure that they are aimed at helping the economy and the environment, not just being something that cuts production without a lot of benefit. That's about me. Halele.
Thank you through the chair. Just want to acknowledge those that are here in the public forum, those that have spoken to the planning team, and also acknowledging Councillor Thompson, who's not able to be here, but has chaired the bulk of the latter part of the subcommittee through this discussion. I guess my stance comes from a very different place. It comes from a place of stewardship. It comes from a place of needing to respectfully and with respect, I would ask, that I would hold the space for mana whenua, for them to exert their tino rangatiratanga and their assertion for mana motuhake. The Kemp purchase, I'm not sure if you are familiar with the Kemp purchase that was undertaken in 1848. It included the sale of practically the whole of South Island. The land purchase that extended from the Ashley River in the north that was previously purchased, the Otago block, in the south of the Waitaki and from east coast to west coast. Kemp didn't actually follow the instructions given by Crown. He was only meant to survey the reserves before the purchase. A third British consul, Walter Mantle, he was tasked with allocating the reserves. He also refused to recognise mahinga kai, Ngāi Tahu's traditional food sources that the Kemp deed had specifically included the promise that Ngāi Tahu would retain their mahinga kai. Chief negotiated the boundaries of the block with Kemp, but there was a lot of contention around the agreed boundaries, much to what we are talking about today. That's why the difference in these boundaries is called the hole in the middle. This area is Ngāi Tahu's connection to mahinga kai. It's a gathering place and it's a place of community connection. As colonial settlers arrived in the South Island, Ngāi Tahu's mahinga kai were destroyed and the land was cleared to make way for farming and settlements. Ngāi Tahu suffered greatly and the lands allowed them as reserves that wasn't enough to support their population. They had insufficient land to help support their families, food sources were destroyed, and after being drained by the settlers and rivers and streams were unavailable to them. If Māori had tried to gather food from the land, they were turned away from the landowners. People couldn't afford medical attention, and land was subdivided for pastoral farming and homes for new settlers and their families. Ngāi Tahu had continued to suffer, and it affected the way that their people had in every way. And in Waitaki, all mahinga kai was cut off. After the land sales in Waitaki was almost landless. Any opportunity for prosperity that existed before had gone. And mahinga kai that fed their people was destroyed. A rangatira from Waitaki had launched the first official complaint to land use loss to the Crown in 1949. A year after, 1849, a year after the Kemp deed was signed. And from then onwards, every Waitahu chief has continued to fight for justice for their iwi. Their grievance claim eventually became known as Te Kereme. 9 chapters became known as 9 trees, 9 tall trees of Waitahu. 8 represented land sales, and the 9th represented broken promises over mahinga kai. You can imagine that being forcefully separated from your land, what that can do. 170 odd years later, we come almost full circle. And now you would be feeling, or all of us will be feeling, what mana whenua had felt that time ago. And we share the same feeling of loss and disempowerment in identity. And I acknowledge those of you that don't agree with me. That doesn't matter. I'm here to hold that space for those that are not here today to speak. And I am fully supportive of the recommendations that have been proposed for whatever reason that you may think I will hold that space as a stewardship to ensure that the mana motuhake of the mana whenua of this land is upheld and respected. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Hannah, for the perspective. And you're right, the plan and the Act, the Resource Management Act under Section 6, certainly wrestles with rectifying and redressing historic grievances and crimes in some instances. And we are confronted with the need to find a balance in the same way that the Crown was confronted with the need to find that balance when it set out to resolve its treaty settlements or determine and agree its treaty settlements. And I think the document that is in front of us now, which has been supported by Franz and by Otto representing Federated Farmers, with the amended objectives 1 and 5, I think actually probably ends up with us taking a position very similar to that taken by the Crown in respect of resolving treaty settlements. I thank everyone for their considered and sincere contributions. I've been involved with this plan and a plan on the Bakes Peninsula, and I know how fraught, intense and emotional they can become. They're also once in a generation things, so to some extent people are often unfamiliar with the process or the implications. Everyone around in the room, in my view, needs to accept, whether we like it or not, and some of us obviously don't, that Parliament has set up a process whereby the solution of disagreements about matters relating to plans must be resolved through a formal process of submission and cross-submission. And for people who want maps to be changed and for people who want the rules to be changed, the most effective way to do that is to move to notification quickly, because at that point, independent certified commissioners required to be open-minded and objective are going to have to listen to the evidence, listen to the arguments, and where necessary or where agreed, change the plan accordingly. And the problem with the argument about costs, well, there's 2 problems with the argument. First of all, costs exist now. We have a plan. There are a whole lot of things that resource consents have to be sought for that involve costs. Now, the new plan relieves costs in some areas and adds costs in others. Most of those new areas are areas that are a consequence of national policy statements or plan changes to the RA or changes to the RMA imposed by Parliament. Many of those are going to be unbundled. And I believe that if we notify now, bearing in mind that the date for submissions will start in March, and people will be able to submit from March through to May. Then after that, we will hear the process of submissions or hearing submissions will begin. We will know by then, of this I am certain, we will know at least 90% of what the new government, the coalition government, proposes by way of changes, and they can be backed into the plan immediately and effectively. It's also necessary to understand, I think, that all planning involves some limitation on absolute property rights. If you think about residences, people can't build 15, 20, 30, 25 metre high houses because the plan says 8 metres or 12. All planning involves some endeavour to find a compromise between private benefit and public good. It is clear that we haven't, or that a number of people don't believe we've got that right yet. I have some sympathy with that position in some respects, and I'm frustrated by the way that the Environment Court and the Act places, in my view, an undue credibility on or reliance upon alleged expertise. But because it does, this issue of cost would apply whether we were notifying or just talking now, Sven. Because if we're going to challenge a line on a map and require expertise, that's going to be required informally as well as formally. And so if there is a cost, whether we like it or not, and it's not welcome, if there is a cost, it's actually going to apply in any instance. And I would just thank everyone who submitted today. I would thank Sven and others, Franz and others who have engaged with the District Plan Review Subcommittee repeatedly, effectively, with considered and informed views. I would thank Tim for his comments now. And I thank Franz and Otto for their endorsement of notification today. And I would encourage councillors to vote in favour of the recommendations.
Thank you. With that, we'll put it. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Thank you very much. I know this isn't a decision that some people want in our community. What I didn't mention before is that a whole lot of other aspects to the district plan which go into housing and a whole lot of other things where we do need to progress the plan. As I said, hopefully the government gets themselves sorted and you don't have to go to the expense of getting experts in because they'll actually reduce the rules. And we just need to encourage them as much as possible on that one. No, declared it carried. Yeah, sorry. It's carried. Okay, so councillors, we managed to get well behind time with everything today. We're going to try and get through the public bit.
No, point of order, Mr. I did foreshadow that there were 2 motions I would like to move arising from the material in the supplementary agenda.
Quickly as possible then.
On page 17 of that supplementary agenda, there is a recommendation, and bearing in mind that we've agreed that all of these recommendations, except by exception, have been adopted. I want to move a supplementary motion with regard to DPR SC 2023-050, which is that the District Plan Review Subcommittee recommends that Council approves the following chapters, appendices, and the chapter in question is historic heritage. And the second motion I want to move is that officers are requested to submit to the proposed district plan outlining the means by which heritage guidelines shall be assessed and which, if any, should become standards.
That was the full motion.
In that instance, there's one other one, yes.
Okay,
that's that one.
Just a sec. I'll seek us. Do you need to speak to it, Mr. Campbell? Well, you go ahead.
You're just clarifying the guidelines are guidelines only. And we have rules in the plan for heritage. So I'm just wanting to perhaps clarify what the intent is a wee bit more.
Well, I've had experience of this. We had guidelines in Littleton and people just ignored them. We had standards in Akaroa and people had to meet them. This was in another jurisdiction, obviously. My view is that a guideline is effectively ineffectual. It may have some efficacy if there is a process by which the guideline is assessed, or which if proposals are tested against the guidelines. It may also be that there are some things like design or setbacks or session plans or whatever that we wish to make standards. And in my view, that's all I've asked is that you're requested to submit to the proposed district plan outlining the means by which heritage guidelines shall be assessed and which, if any, should become standards.
Okay, is there a seconder for that?
Yeah,
Okay, Councillor Blackler, thank you. I was about to. So any discussion on that? I'll put it, those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That is carried. And you've got one more.
Yes, Mayor Kircher, on page 22, the district plan review subcommittee recommends that council discusses with Okaha about having a second schedule of Ngāi Tahu cultural mapping that sits outside the rule framework. And my additional submission, and it perhaps reflects some thoughts triggered by or encouraged by Councillor Deputy Mayor Hanalali's speech, that officers are requested to progress this discussion prior to notification of the proposed district plan and incorporate any agreed outcomes in a submission.
I'll second that. And that is to identify the different levels of protection required, or in some cases not required, but important to note the cultural mapping of Ngāi Tahu and its predecessors. So any discussion on that? I'll put it, those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And against?
Mr. Campbell, there are references to updating the mapping on the Red Flats area in Omarama. Now, my recollection is that I think in April of this year or earlier, we actually voted, the District Plan Review Subcommittee voted to remove one particular SNA. It was on debate later that it may have been a conflict of interest. What has happened to that? Was that?
Can we have that discussion another time, please?
No, I just wanted to know if it's been
we'll talk about that another time. We've got literally 30 minutes, and that's stealing 15 minutes off our committee. So councillors, we'll go to, and hopefully Mr. Bardsley's on his way, but we'll go to the legalisation and road stopping on page 351. And Mr. Hope, are you able to speak to this one, please?
Very briefly, I think this is just resolving a very historic issue that should have been addressed some time ago, but it's only recently come to officers' attention. So, it's a relatively, it's a cut-off piece of road that we've got no use for. So.
Right. Councillor McCone.
I'll just move the recommendation as it stands.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Percival, thank you. Speaking to that? No? Good. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Aye. That's carried. Let's talk about dogs. Mover? No, Mr. Bardsley. 358.
Thank you, councillors. I'll try and get through this as quickly as possible. Just want to thank the members of the community that made submissions to this dog bylaw and policy review. Also, the amount of time councillors have taken painstakingly going over the information and providing valuable feedback, and also the officers involved in this. If we look at the dog bylaw, if there are no questions in regards to that, I'm happy to take that as read and take questions, but I believe that Councillor Ryan has some a motion in regards to the policy. which I've got a little bit of feedback I can provide if you want to discuss that.
So have we got any other questions first? And we might get to that as a notice of motion that you're going to move that. Yeah, so we'll go to questions.
Yeah, very quickly, Mick, it's just in relation to the bylaw. Andrew, page 14 talks about dogs being kept on lead and under continuous control within the commercial areas of Central Oamaru. I'm just wondering whether it is appropriate to indicate in the bylaw that what council has voted to do is have a 6-month trial. Because it's not, it could be that if the trial demonstrates serious problems, that may be reversed, or that decision could change. Do you think that something of that nature should be included as a note or a piece of advice in the bylaw?
No, I think the recommendation is that we adopt a 6-month trial. So that would become part of the comms that goes out, and we would obviously engage with the community to advise them that it's a 6-month trial. So the option councillors have is to adopt the bylaw with a 6-month trial for Harbour Street and Thames Street CBD and North End, or to adopt the bylaw without the 6-month trial period.
So I've got a second motion that I would put, which was just around officers reporting back if we do agree to go with the trial. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. With the bylaw and it's referenced from the golf course to 1,000 acre will be on lead. I think the last time we had a discussion, there was some debate between penguin experts over their presence there, and I think that was going to come back to us. Or you were going to seek further advice on that. Have we had that fed through to us?
Yes, during the councillor briefing in November, we discussed that issue, and the decision was to go with the dogs on lead because the two experts, one was advising that they had seen penguins there and vulnerable penguins, and the other was they hadn't seen penguins there. And the discussion, councillors agreed that we would keep the on lead.
Oh, thank you. Just one other question. What is the comms plan, I guess, in terms of making the community aware of the trial without, I guess, it raises challenges without wanting to commit to a whole host of new signage if it is only going to last for 6 months. So what is the comms plan if this goes ahead as proposed, as recommended?
Our comms man, John, is waiting with bated breath for the outcome of this meeting, and the comms plan will go out with a media release, and then we'll continue to put out comms in usual online as well as print media. Officers will be present around the area. We'll have our Let's Talk page in regards to dogs will be activated, and that will be our main focus in regards to getting feedback from the public, as well as we'll go out to speak to business owners to see how they feel that the trial is working. We really want to make sure that this trial works. We believe it's the right thing to be doing, as obviously councillors do.
Councillor Holding.
Sorry, I was just asking to gauge the public opinion for feedback, but you've answered it before I got to ask it.
Excellent. Any other comments? Would you like to move?
Am I able to maybe seek Mr. Bardsley's feedback on the education questions that have been raised?
Yeah, so if I just refer to the email that I believe all councillors have seen in regards to your recommendations, and if we just look at the first one in regards to page 3 of the policy, officers are happy to include that in the policy if that's recommended. If we go to the addition made to point 2 and 4.2.3.6 in the enforcement protocol, yes, we can include that on top of the reading that's already there. We go to 4.2.4, the dog awareness and education on page 17 or page 380 of the agenda. The first point, council will from time to time undertake education programs. That's fine because it identifies that from time to time that we will. We get a little bit worried about when we include the words will, because that creates the expectation that we must and that we will, same as the legislation states. If we go to point 2, officers, we have a little bit of nervousness about this. The reason is that what we're saying is we'll recognise and promote privately operated dog education and training courses as a referral for dog owners. We don't have any recognised dog trainers or behaviourists who are members of the Association of Professional Dog Trainers of New Zealand here in the Waitaki. To be perfectly blunt, we have a few self-appointed dog experts and behaviourists who we've had some engagement with, and they have very differing levels of ability, and we have some concerns around the way in which they train dogs or carry out their services. We're also a little bit nervous that Waitaki is quite a small place, and that one of our most recognised dog trainers and behaviourists is married to a Waitaki District Council staff member. So a little bit nervous around promoting them over others in regards to conflict of interest, perhaps. And also we have some concerns around dog trainers and behaviourists don't do it as a volunteer. People were expected to pay, and we'd be seen as potentially endorsing some over others. And we'd be quite happy to point people towards people who are associated with Professional Dog Trainers of New Zealand, but we're just a little bit nervous around actually picking some over others. If we go to point 3, we believe that could be incorporated into point 1 in regards to council will from time to time undertake. The reason for that is because digital services team, as part of transformation, are working on online platform for dog registration. It'll be very easy for us that when somebody registers their dog for a first time or when they renew the dog registration, that links to all of these points that you've mentioned will be accessible. They will come up on there to help to inform the people. We also need to realise that all of this information here is actually already readily available on our website. We are promoting responsible dog ownership, and we think that we need to strike a balance between council's responsibility to hold people's hands and point them to where the information is, and also people's responsibility to actually inform themselves. But the ability for us to actually put that information in front of them when they're registering their dogs online is going to be a real time saver and a benefit for us. Obviously, there's an associated cost with producing booklets, which takes away money from actually performing those services. And also the final point in regards to 4.2.4.2 public education, yeah, we can put that in there. So just thank you very much for obviously the research that you did in regards to other councils and what they do in providing education. Our ethos is that we provide education first, and then the enforcement tools are used when people choose not to comply.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Bartley. Based on that, I'm happy to move that the council adopts the proposed Waitaki Dog Control Policy 2024 and the Dog Control Bylaw 2024 with the changes as agreed with based on the feedback that Mr. Bartley's given in the education space.
I'm happy to second that, but I would just seek clarification. Does that mean that 4.2.4 number 1 will become council may from time to time undertake? And does that also mean that 2 disappears altogether?
Well, my
council may is what are you saying? You want it out altogether, or just may recognise?
May recognises what's in the proposed.
Okay, so will it becomes may in both? I'm happy to second that.
Okay, any discussion? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. No, just speaking to that, well, and I want to take the opportunity to thank Mr. Bardsley and the team for their work to get to this space. It is actually, there's been some really positive changes made to the dog control bylaw and policy. My proposed changes to the policy was really just to get that commitment to an education first approach in writing, and yeah, modelled on what some other councils have in place. Yeah, I totally accept that, you know, the team deals with challenging people, and people can be quite protective of their defensive of their dogs, and you know, as it requires us to, we should investigate issues as they come up, and that's, I'm not seeking any leniency in these cases. I just want to make it easier for people who want to do the right thing to be good owners, and that commitment to an education first approach and a policy, that's the best way to go in my.
Thank you. Councillor Percival.
Yeah, Andrew, I think you and your team have done well to actually listen to the people for a change and make and submissions, and you've made some pretty radical changes to the policy, which I hope come to fruition. And say your 6-month trial is going to be difficult to actually police because you've got such blurry ends. But I mean, you can't please everybody, but I think you've done a pretty good job so far, and I commend you on that. But also, when you're dealing with dog owners and dogs, you get mongrels of both species. And that's going to be your problem, because it only takes one mongrel of either species to stuff the whole thing up. So how the hell you monitor that, I don't know. But no, bloody good effort, in my opinion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Percival. Much appreciated.
It was almost a compliment. Councillor Blackler.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mayor Kircher. Just wanted to speak in favour of what's on the table and where we've landed with the changes. I think the work has been done throughout the process, and the amendments here at the end work towards a good outcome. And I just wanted to signal that post this, I also have a couple of further suggested amendments that I'd like to table.
Sorry, you do have a couple?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Okay, do you want to, sorry, was that after we put it, or do you want to do those now?
I'd be happy to offer them for inclusion now with the permission of councillors Ryan and Hopkins, but if not, I'm happy to test the room afterwards.
Okay, do you want to state what they are, and then we'll see whether the mover and seconder are happy to accommodate those, or we'll get you to move it separately.
So it's under on page 378 of the agenda. So there's 2 items. Page 378 of the agenda, currently number 4 under dog impoundment. I'm suggesting amendment to read as follows, whereby it would say, where a dog is claimed by its owner, the dog will not usually be released from the pound until all fees and charges have been paid in full. And then removal of the next sentence, and instead the following would take its place. A payment plan for impoundment fees and charges may be granted at the discretion of dog control officers if genuine circumstances exist, including further accrual of impoundment fees, in brackets, noting the definition of claimed until the fee is paid in full. And then following this, the dog may be re-impounded if the terms of the agreed repayment plan are not adhered to. So that's matter number 1. And then on page 371 of the agenda, it's around the auditing of dog owners with selected owner status, and I'm not seeking to really change what the purpose of it is, or anything other than just to create further or attempt to add further clarity to that point, because I think it doesn't read 100% clear at the moment. So my recommended replacement for that is dog owners holding selected owner status may be dog owners holding selected owner status selected at random, or if deemed necessary on a case-by-case basis, may be required to be audited against the selected owner criteria once within a 3-year period.
Okay, so it's just making sure it's a randomised sampling.
Yeah, and I think it's randomised, but it also allows for, you know, a specific situation if it arises. I think the wording as it currently stands kind of infers that someone could be continually audited, which I don't think captured the flavour of, you know, what the intent behind that was. It was about putting checks and balances in places so that someone can't just permanently hold selected owner status, but it wasn't so that an owner would be continually at the whim unless there was really specific circumstances to be continually reviewed.
Okay, so officers on that second one, are you comfortable with that wording?
It was a little bit unclear. I'd have to go back and listen. On hearing what Councillor Black said, I don't think there would be an issue. Because I note that in the bylaw, it's only the note at the bottom that says a sample of dog owners holding selected owner status may be required to be reassessed at least once in a 3-year period. I'd have a listen to what councillors said, and if councillors want us to change it, then I don't think it will be an issue.
So I think for the two things, the second one was, you know, and the principle of it was really just making sure it's randomised and you know, we're not just going back to the same people each time. The first one was really around having some form of payment plan for those who require that, and that would be, as Councillor Blackler put it, at the discretion of dog control officers. I'd suggest maybe that should be at the discretion of the relevant director, and would seek feedback on that one. Roger, you've got your hand up ready to answer that one, or say something else. I'm not sure.
I also have some feedback on that.
Yeah, I'm happy to have the responsibility of working out a payment plan. It does have issues, but it's, in the grand scheme of things, of items that have been discussed today, it's not huge. Again, we could potentially look for a trial period on the acceptance that if it becomes unworkable or clearly unworkable, then we come back to council and seek a change. The one comment I was going to make when I had my hand up was changes to bylaw are a little more difficult to do on the fly like this, because in order for the policy to be enacted and it to have effect, the bylaw has to be signed by yourself and the chief executive and stamped with the seal. And if we've got to redraft that, we are running out of time before the Christmas break. Whereas changes in policy are somewhat easier because you can approve the policy with the amendments as agreed. So the date that the bylaw becomes effective is when you actually sign it, and it's ready in the version that's attached and it's ready to be signed. So I really encourage members not to change the bylaw, because that alters the implementation date.
Well, yeah, I mean, there are changes in policy, I guess, and yeah, but I think it's not necessarily, it's for the fine situation or whatever, the payment plan. I don't know that it's requiring you to work out the payment plan, but just whether you make the decision as to whether one is made available or not for any particular applicant.
I'll just add to that one thing that Councillor Blackwood said, that if the outstanding amount is not paid, then the dog can be re-seized. Sorry, no, it can't. The Dog Control Act will not allow that. There is no legal justification for us to re-seize a dog because of non-payment of impoundment fees. When we had the councillor briefing recently in November, this was canvassed and discussed, and the best way forward for that the discussion settled on that this would be something that would better sit in our compliance and enforcement policy. This is a policy about keeping the community safe from dogs and working with our dog owners. If a dog is impounded, it's impounded because it's wandering. It's a $75 fee to get the dog out. If the dog's found wandering 2 or 3 times, then the fine goes up to $200. We need to keep this as a mechanism for helping our non-responsible dog owners to understand the implications of what a wandering dog can cause. We have many, many instances of wandering dogs causing attacking cats and killing them. We had one came in today, attacking other dogs, going onto other people's property. This needs to be seen as a deterrent, and offering time payments removes part of that deterrent factor. And I believe, and I would strongly, from an officer's point of view, strongly recommend that we don't adopt this time payment. It creates a lot of extra work for officers, including our finance department, and then council then become debt collectors. A lot of the people who have dogs that are wandering that we impound are people who, for want of a better word, do not see compliance with any legislation as a priority, and paying an impoundment fee to council is going to be the last thing on their mind, especially when we've returned the dog to them. As soon as we return the dog, we lose all power in regards to ensuring that fees are paid. The other thing is often dogs that we impound are not registered or microchipped. Before they are released, we require them to be registered and microchipped. And again, that if we engage in a time payment, we end up with dogs running around our community that aren't registered, that are wandering. Yeah, I think you gather from my comments that we don't think that that's workable. It could fit within our compliance and enforcement policy in regards to setting it up.
I was prepared to second what Rebecca moved. The other 2 motions from Tim, I think, could and should be voted separately. I'd like to see us vote on Rebecca's motions. And would you agree to that?
No, it's whether you agree to accept the other, but you're saying no to that. So we'll have those put separately. So we'll just we'll come back to you, Tim, on that one. Sorry.
Just very briefly, have a second of speaking to this. I'd just like to thank Rebecca for her diligent work on this, and I think she's enhanced the document, the policy and the like with the material that she's added. I would make just one very brief request to Andrew and his team to consider adding 1 sentence to the top paragraph. I'd like, after we've said we're welcoming of dogs and how good they can be for social wellbeing and so on, to link into the second paragraph, I would like to see a sentence added that reads, but these benefits come with responsibilities, full stop.
Thank you. I'm going to put it. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? That is carried. And Tim, if you want to move your ones, or I think if you can move that we include the amendments, and you've articulated what the amendments basically are. So we don't have to have the long version as the motion itself.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Kircher. Well, could I ask a question of clarity prior to moving, just in case there needs to be a minor amendment?
Yep, sure thing.
So thanks, Mr. Barsley, for your commentary around the second sentence, or it might be the third sentence actually, which says the dog may be re-impounded if the terms of the agreed payment plan are not adhered to. It was interesting to note that you mentioned that can't happen. So the reason why I had written that was because rule number 6 on the following page says a dog is considered to have been claimed when all fees and charges have been paid and the dog has been collected. So I was trying to encapsulate the intent behind that rule. So I was wondering if you could offer an alternative way of wording that final sentence, if there is a way of doing that. Otherwise, I'm happy to remove it altogether. I still would like to, with or without that last sentence about the dog possibly being re-impounded or not, I would like to include the proposed change there, because to your point, you know, there will be times when it's entirely inappropriate to offer lenience of this kind, and that's the specific reason why I've included the words "if genuine circumstances exist," and it's entirely at your team's discretion. So on that basis, I would, with or without that final sentence regarding re-impoundment, I would like to put those two suggested amendments forward.
Thank you. Before I look for a seconder, I'll just ask Mr. Cook to comment.
Thank you. Yes, just trying to move this forward, and in respect to Mr. Bartley's comments, I want to remind members that there is still the compliance and enforcement policy that we are working on, which we are seeking feedback from the elected members, and we can pick this point up in the new year and incorporate it into that. And it may be a way of addressing it with its proper consideration, rather than trying to design something when we've had a very busy day and we've still got quite a bit of an agenda to go to.
That's fine. I'll happily withdraw that on the basis it will be included for discussion in the compliance and enforcement. I'll withdraw the one regarding the payment plan, and just as a matter of clarity, I'd still like the other one in there. I'm not trying to change the intent of anything, just trying to keep that clear. I don't think there's anything too complicated about the changing the wording around the selected owner status, auditing against the criteria.
No, that's because Councillor Hopkins was seconding that because he's so enthusiastic. And I'm going to put it because I'm really enthusiastic to get this one done. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? That is carried. Thank you very much. And I'll second that. Any speakers? I'll put it. Those in favour, please say aye. Those against? That is carried. Right, the last item for the public part of the agenda, and we're going to sneak a bit more time off Park Committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair of that committee. Future of Waitaki District Health Services Limited, and I'll ask Mr. Palmley, the CE, to speak to this. I should have actually declared an interest in this particular item as a director of Waitaki District Health Services Limited. And once Mr. Palmley has introduced this, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Neil, who's the chair of Waitaki District Health Services Limited.
So I need to declare my interest as well as a director of Waitaki District Health Services. I bring this report to you as the Chief Executive of Waitaki District Council. And on the 8th of March, the Waitaki District Health Services was advised by Health New Zealand that the services contract between the two parties would not be renewed, and that contract ended on the 30th of June. And negotiations on the transfer of health services, as you know, went through to the point where all the business functions and assets of Waitaki District Health Services operational assets, that is, were transferred to Health New Zealand, and a lease was entered into for most of the hospital buildings. So since the 1st of July 2024, Waitaki District Health Services is no longer fulfilling the purpose it was established for, which is to provide health services, and it is now effectively a landlord company to Health New Zealand and to the lab service. So we mentioned that we'd bring a paper back when you agreed the transfer and the major transaction of Waitaki District Health Services. So that is that paper to consider the future of Waitaki District Health Services. The recommendation here, after considering, I'll keep my introduction short, is that you should look to liquidate Waitaki District Health Services, but in so doing, directing Waitaki District Health Services to give the assets, the buildings, to Waitaki District Council in a way that will enable them to continue to be used for charitable purposes, so for the purposes which they were set up. In gifting the property for charitable purposes, this will in time provide a ring-fence fund with which the council can use to support health benefits within the district, whether that be additional health services or amenities and facilities that support the improvement of community health within the district or for sections of the community. Happy to answer questions on that when we come to it.
Thank you very much. Simon, do you have anything to add?
No, I think Alex has summed that up pretty well. I guess the only other three small things that I would add to that is as we look, should the recommendation be approved as we look to do this, obviously there's the outstanding item of a loan that's tied in with Waitaki District Health Services and Waitaki District Council at the moment. You'll see in the paper that whilst there's no guarantee based on the historical decisions that have been made by our friends at the Office of the Auditor General, while there's no guarantee, we have a very strong expectation that the outstanding audit conundrum around around Observatory Village Charitable Trust would go away with the wind up of Waitaki District Health Services as well. And thirdly, should you approve the recommendation today, that will obviously make us also look at the future of Waitaki District Health Services Trust at the same time. I don't know whether Mr. Hope, you have anything further you want to add?
Nothing to add.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Holding?
Just if someone could elaborate just on the transparency around the cost of maintaining the buildings. Is there much thought around that, or?
So we haven't got a maintenance plan in place at the moment. That's being pulled together. The council's property team is supporting Waitaki District Health Services in taking that forward. I think looking at the financial picture, that the maintenance costs, just both in the immediate term and the long term, should easily be met from the leases that are in place and the funds generated by those leases. I don't know whether you want to add anything to that, Mr. Hope?
I think, we still have a little bit of work to do about how exactly we're going to sort of, we've got the ability and the history of being able to ring fence things quite clearly and report those, but as to the actual detail of those and what's the most appropriate sort of venue inside of council to report those to, I think we'll still sort that out. But I think that the net proceeds essentially of the operation of that area will need to be ring fenced, and that would include any maintenance of not only the main hospital building but the secondary buildings as well. So I think there'll be good deal of transparency about that as we move forward.
Okay. On that basis, I'm prepared to move that recommendation.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Cowles. Any discussion? I will put it. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against? That's carried. Just note my abstention. Right, that ends public part of the council meeting, I think.
So Mayor, just look, with your permission, I did foreshadow an intention to move something right at the start of the meeting, and also I've just been mulling over the process by which we adopted the district plan. I do wonder whether Mr. Palmer might want to just take a moment or two to think whether we do need a portmanteau resolution formally adopting all the recommendations or incorporating all the recommendations, because at this stage they've been incorporated in the primary resolution only by virtue of you asking if we were including them and us saying yes. Whether procedurally, in the light of a challenge, that would be deemed to be enough, I'm not sure. So I would just, can you take a minute or two to see if there's some resolution that might capture the totality of those?
So I mean, that's why I raised the issue, was to ensure that there was clarity as to what members were agreeing, and I was clarifying that the matters that were resolved by the district plan review subcommittee were captured in the version of the district plan that was being recommended to you, and thereby virtue, if you agreed that, then you were agreeing to those recommendations that come from the district plan review subcommittee. So I think what is probably important is that that is clarified in the minutes, that is the basis upon which the decision was made, and that there was clarity sought and given on that matter.
That's my understanding. Yep.
On that basis, if you'd allow me to move a recommendation relating to your report and the conversation about audit earlier, I'd like to move that Waitaki District Council requests the Minister of Regulation to review and reduce Audit New Zealand's role in councils plural, annual and long-term plans as part of his efforts to lessen unnecessary red tape.
I think we all second that. Councillor McCone can put his name down there. Those in favour, please say aye. And against, that is carried. Thank you very much, Councillor McCone. Thank you very much, officers. For that, we'll sort out when we're going to do those smaller public excluded items, and in the meantime, we'll get on to the PAR committee meeting. So thank you very much to the PAR committee for delaying their start. Otherwise, thank you very much to everyone for joining, and all the very best for Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you.